dripping from the ceiling. You never know when something like this will happen. So let a Geico Insurance Agency help you with homeowners insurance and protect yourself from things like fire, theft, or in this case, water damage. Now, if I had to guess, I'd say somewhere upstairs there's a broken pipe.
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance at geico.com.
Non-small cell lung cancer. Your first treatment could be a chemo-free combination of two immunotherapies that works differently. It could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Together, Opdivo plus Yervoy helps your immune system launch a response that fights cancer in two different ways. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more time together, more family time, more time to remember. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or received chest radiation. Here's to a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about the combination of two immunotherapies, Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all those in our clinical trials. That's the game plan. Stick to it.
CBS is presented by Ram Trucks, J.D. Power's #1 brand in new vehicle quality, built to serve.
And welcome back to the NFL today. And now Amazon takes you out to the sights and sounds of the game between the Steelers and the Ravens. Let's get you out to Baltimore with our announcers, Ian Eagle, Charles Davis, and Evan Washburn.
JB, welcome to Baltimore, where it has come full circle for 39-year-old Ben Roethlisberger. In 2004, his first NFL game action was here. And today, this could be his final run. It's the Steelers and Ravens Week 18 in the NFL. Both teams are still alive in the playoff race, but they need help. The path to the postseason for Pittsburgh, a win and an Indianapolis loss to Jacksonville. Baltimore needs a W and some other games to break their way. And here in the broadcast booth, hi everybody, Ian Eagle along with Charles Davis. Evan Washburn joins us momentarily down on the sidelines. 18 years in the NFL and maybe the end of an era for Ben Roethlisberger and the Pittsburgh Steelers. The focus right now, though, for Ben, trying to keep this season alive and move on for one more game, if possible, for Pittsburgh.
I think that he was helped that they had the Monday night game at home against Cleveland and let everyone say goodbye.
Thank you.
Now he can focus on trying
Thank
to
you,
get
Ben
a
Roethlisberger.
win against Baltimore.
As it is most likely Ben Roethlisberger's final game in the NFL here today, in the same place it started on September the 19th, 2004, on the road from M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, Maryland, against the Baltimore Ravens, as number 8, Tommy Maddox, went down with injury. In step number 7, the rookie out of Miami, Ohio, and the rest has been history. 18 years as a Pittsburgh Steeler. This could be it. Thank you. Thank you, Ben Roethlisberger. Canton, Ohio, and the Pro Football Hall of Fame awaits. Thank you as well for tuning in and listening to my NFL Week 18. first ever Week 18 in NFL history as well. All divisional matchups once again here today around the league. But here with Week 18, Pittsburgh Steelers, Baltimore Ravens, live watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Kuwain Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button, share, hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag here we go, hashtag Ravens and Ravens flock as well. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. As it is Week 18, the playoffs begin next week. Playoff scenarios for both of these division rivals in the AFC North. The only way they make it is, in fact, as a wild card, because last week the Cincinnati Bengals won the division. They'll be on the road taking on the Cleveland Browns here today, and we'll get to see both of these matchups on CBS and Fox respectively, with the Steelers and Ravens and Bengals and Browns. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. We'll kick off here momentarily. First time in quite a while we've had Ian Eagle and Charles Davis on the call, along with Evan Washburn down on the sideline for a black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers game here in 2021. But the Steelers need to win here today, as do the Ravens, along with hoping for some help. Steelers need to win, have the Jacksonville Jaguars defeat the Indianapolis Colts, and then later on tonight on Sunday Night Football, make sure that the Chargers and Raiders don't tie. Ravens need to win. They need a little bit more help than the Steelers do. As remember, over a month or so ago, Steelers defeated Baltimore by 20-19 after John Harbaugh decided to go for 2. Baltimore hasn't won since the week before that matchup. They've lost 5 in a row. We're going to get more into that here in a second. But Pittsburgh has a head-to-head win against the Ravens here this year, actually winning 3 straight dating back to the start of last season, and then, of course, 7 of 10 as well, all time in the series. Ravens need to win and then have the Colts and Chargers both lose. So we're going to keep an eye on the Colts-Jaguars game as best we can. If anybody would like to, drop some updates in the comments below. But yeah, the Steelers need, as do the Ravens, the Colts to lose. Steelers need to make sure the Chargers and Raiders don't tie on Sunday Night Football. But then the Ravens also need the Chargers to lose. And then the Dolphins either lose and or tie. But, of course, it's Steelers-Ravens. This is going to be a slobber knocker. Down the wire. Once again, I mean, hell, both games last year, even a month ago, down to the final play of the game. So we'll be on the road to Heart Attack City. It looks like once again here today, unfortunately. Once again, a lot of emotion with Roethlisberger's final game, it looks like. But what a career, and we're going to get more into number 7 throughout the afternoon and a little bit later on here in today's matchup. But the Steelers are 8-7-1. They need to win and get some help, as just mentioned, to make the NFL playoffs. They're coming off of a 26-14 win against Cleveland Browns last Monday night, and what looks to be Roethlisberger's final home game at Heinz Field as a Steeler. This game here today, very well, could, especially if they don't make the playoffs, as he's been quoted of saying this could be it. Most likely, he'll call it a career, and what a career it's been. But Baltimore's 8-8. They've lost 5 straight. A few one-point games. A few games decided by less than 5 points, 1-score affairs. But like I said, in their 5 straight losing streak, not having won since the week before the losing streak actually started with the Steelers last month before Christmas, early December. Pittsburgh, since then, they've been win, lose, win, lose, win. Well, lose will be next, and then, just as Pittsburgh, after an 11-0 start last year, dropped 5-6, Baltimore sort of in that same position here today. So, I'm not saying the Ravens are going to win. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully Pittsburgh does. They get the help they need, and they sneak into the playoffs. And for the most part, as mentioned last week, we're going to go on the road the whole way. But one thing at a time. Take care of business. Rest sort itself out. It'll be okay. But yeah, Pittsburgh defeated Cleveland last week. Baltimore lost once again. So, must win for both teams. I mean, I'd say more of a disappointing finish for the Ravens compared to the Steelers, but it has been a frustrating and disappointing season for the black and gold here once again in 2021. But another non-losing season. They're going to at least finish at 500 here today. So that's 18 straight years not having a losing season. That's, something to be proud of right there. I mean, that's a good stat. Ben to retire, longest tenured quarterback in NFL history with one team, 18 years and no losing seasons. I mean, come on now. Yeah, it does feel full circle. I remember when Maddox went down and Ben stepped in, and like I said earlier, the rest has been history ever since. And 2 Super Bowls and 1 Hall of Fame career with everything else we're going to get into a little bit later on. To start it in Baltimore and then end it in Baltimore, Pittsburgh going to get the ball here first as the Ravens are on kickoff. Weather going to be a factor as it is raining and freezing rain in the northeast mid-Atlantic here this January Sunday afternoon. But the Steelers here today, though, they need to once again find a running game early and often with the rookie at Alabama, number 22, and Najee Harris, who had a career game last week, almost 200 yards rushing, along with stopping Baltimore's rushing attack. But in the meantime, we're underway. Tucker on the kickoff, and we'll have a return from the 5-yard line. Ray McLeod out past the 30, 35 to the 39. So good starting field position for the black and gold here today. 1st and 10. If they can do that along with keeping it simple, not doing more than they have to, take what defense gives you, balance and consistency, as Ben will make his 249th career regular season start. Of course, you add in all the playoff starts, wins, and or losses. Of course, that's more than that. But no doubt about it, with the balance and consistency, Ben's going to have to make some plays. Give it his all, which he will. But run the damn ball, open up the play action, and then we'll get to the defense when they're out on the field. So 1st and 10, a little foggy here to start off. With the weather, of course, but then pregame festivities, they do hand off. And Najee for a few yards there. The offensive line doesn't look that bad. A few injuries, which we'll get to, and with COVID protocols as well, with players and coaches out today for the black and gold. So 2nd and 9 after only a yard on that gain. From the 38, out of the gun, Ben going to hand off once again to Najee Harris. So first 2 plays of the game, at least they're trying to establish a run game here early, which is a good sign. Of course, here comes a pass. Go to your tight end over the middle, and the rookie out of Penn State as well, and Pat Fryermuth. James Washington out, so Ray McLeod going to have to step up in receiving and the return game. I mean, he got him in good starting field position here to start this drive off here today, but 2 plays and 2 yards. So Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, and Ray McLeod wide out. See what Ben does here. Empty out of the gun. Complete Najee Harris out of the backfield, but it's going to be short. And now he's hurt, holding his arm. And it's not a good sign for Najee Harris because Pittsburgh really doesn't have a backup running back behind him. That's something, as news broke earlier this morning, that Kevin Colbert, the Steelers general manager, won't return next year. He's going to step down after his contract expires following the draft, but it could be sooner. We'll see what happens there. Presley Harvin back. He booms it away on the punt. Fair catch to the 20, so 1st and 10 for the Ravens, who are going to be once again out with Lamar Jackson. So former Utah Ute and Tyler Huntley gets to start quarterback. His 4th start this year. And Baltimore's on a 5-game losing streak. They have not won once again since the week prior to when these two teams last met early December. So that would have been the Sunday after Thanksgiving, the last time on a Sunday night the Ravens won home or away. It was against the Cleveland Browns, who the Steelers just beat and swept last week. 1st and 10 from the 20. About a yard pickup on the scamper out of bounds. But the Steeler defense going to have to bring the steel curtain down once again, take a hunting trip, if you will, and force some pressure on Tyler Huntley. On your special teams, too, no doubt about it. Turnovers, once again, though, in the end, I think will determine the outcome of this game. So, as always, we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will. But like I said, Pittsburgh's won 3 straight, and then 7 of the last 10 all-time in this series. One of the toughest and best rivalries in the sport. Speaking of the Steeler defense, as on 3rd and 8, that pass is going to be caught by Rashard Bateman, a rookie wide receiver out of Minnesota. The Steelers are without defense coordinator and Keith Butler due to COVID protocol. So Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin will serve as co-defense coordinator today. That's really the only thing Pittsburgh needs to worry about there, because health-wise, they were without a few players last week into this morning, but now on 3rd and 5, slant over the middle, it's caught, 1st down, and Baltimore is going to get around the 45, moving the sticks, and almost a 20-yard pass completion there to give them some breathing room here to continue this opening drive. But they have mostly everybody back. And it starts up front, of course, in the middle with Cameron Hayward, T.J. Watt coming off the edge. He needs 1.5 sacks today to break the NFL all-time season record for sacks in a year. And keep in mind, he's also missed a few games due to injury. So even with the expanded season, 18 weeks, 17 regular season games, compared to the old format in which Michael Strahan did it 20 years ago, 17 to 16 and 22 sacks, T.J. Watt needs 1.5 sacks here today to break that. Devin Bush is back. Schobert's back. Highsmith still there at linebacker. Robert's playing as well. Joe Hayden and Minka in the back end. Need Cam Sutton and Terrell Edmonds to step up, though. Fumble on the snap on 2nd and 8. And T.J. Watt takes him down. And then, well, the Steelers do recover the fumble. Okay. That was a wacky play. So with the weather, as it is raining, it hit center right in the ass on the snap, and then it just rolled. He tried to pick it up when he should have fell on it, Then he fell on it, but Steelers were there then at that point in time, and Pittsburgh recovers. And he's not down when he first picked it up. And then it's a pile. Steelers recover. Zebras say turnover, 1st and 10. Pittsburgh, but in the meantime, the Raven offense is still out on the field. So Mike Tomlin getting an explanation. Okay, now they announced 1st down Steelers. So that play was, from the start until now, a little, as Tomlin and Watt hug it out. I don't know if that's going to count as a sack or not by any means. I mean, if it is, he still hasn't broken the record. But, yeah, well, the hit jarred the ball loose again, so I guess you could count that as a sack. And then it looked like Mondu recovered it. Yeah, that was crazy. It was very wild. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to count as a sack or not. Give it to him for the hell of it. Now Pittsburgh's going to have 1st and 10 from 39 once again. This time around in Raven territory. See if they continue to run the football and bend play action, complete to Zach Gentry, the former Michigan quarterback, now tight end in the NFL. That goes for 11 yards and a Steeler 1st down. They can get something going here. Capitalize off the turnover. Strike first here. Get out to an early lead. I'll take a field goal if you have to settle, but I'd like a touchdown. Najee Harris still getting looked at on the sideline. Looks like it's a right arm injury. Whether that's shoulder, elbow, hand, maybe even a few fingers, I don't know. They faked the end around, handoff. Benny Snell in at running back, and he'll get about 5 yards on that run. I'll take it. All right. They just need to be more balanced and more consistent in the running game. And then let Ben be Ben. Let Big Ben do Big Ben things. Open it up and air it out. And now he's 1 for 1 here on this drive. Officially 2 for 2 in the game. The pass was complete on 3rd down to Najee. Of course, he got hurt. 11 yards to Zach Gentry. 5-yard run there by Benny Snell, who's still in the ball game. Under center's Roethlisberger. 2nd and 5 from the 23. And they'll run it again. And 2-4 hits the hole and gets to the 14. Another Pittsburgh Steeler 1st down. All right. Keep moving the sticks. Say it with me. That's a Pittsburgh Steeler 1st down. About midway through this opening quarter. Still tied at 0, but Pittsburgh in the meantime. And thank you once again for tuning in and listening. Trying to capitalize off of a Raven turnover. They break the huddle. 1st and 10 from the 14. Out of the gun, play clock winding down. They barely get it off. Ben looking to throw, and he has Claypool, but just a little too much. And it falls incomplete. 2nd down and 10. 7:47 to play in this 1st quarter. See if potentially they can hitch a ride on a jet airliner and put up 7 here. Yeah, Ben 2 of 3, 15 yards. We'll pull up some stats and scores here in a minute. As always, coming to halftime as well. First half stats and scores and update week 18 after the doubleheader from yesterday. Fake the end around once again to Claypool. Handoff Benny Snell. Be 3rd and 10. So, yeah, unless they convert here, this drive is going to stall, and Boswell is going to come out here. Another player and dump the field goal. And, I mean, the fumble, the issue with that was it was a high snap. And he did it to himself. He hit himself in the ass, and the ball rolled to Huntley. He should have just fell on it, tried to pick it up. Then he fell on it, but then he was tackled and jarred loose, and Steelers recovered. Now trying to capitalize. 3rd and 11, trip to top of your screen. Pittsburgh, your opening quarter. Right to left across your television screen, your radio and audio dial. Slant complete. Deontay Johnson right there at the first down marker, he's going to be about a half yard short, it looks like. Now, he's a little slow to get up. That was a big hit. That was. Hopefully he's okay. He might just got a wind knocked out of him there. And we'll take a timeout for the injury, they say. Whether it's a TV timeout or not, we'll see. And he broke a tackle, sort of got spinned, and then he got hit right there at the marker, and right to his fucking ribs. Shit, that had to hurt. Hopefully he's okay, because he is their number one wide receiver. And he's done well. They will, in fact, take a TV timeout here. So we'll get back to the action here momentarily. He stepped up in absence of Juju Smith-Schuster, who went down with a season-ending injury early October against the Denver Broncos. He separated his shoulder. DJ-18 looks to have a rib injury to his right side, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. And hell, you're already out with James Washington today. So it's Claypool and Raven McLeod at wide receiver. So that means hopefully you have a running game with Najee Harris. And hopefully he can get back in. He's banged up right now, too, with a right arm injury, it looks like. Hasn't been back in since. It's been Benny Snell on this drive. But quick turnaround, of course, with the injury. And then the turnover right afterwards. He probably wouldn't have played on this drive anyway, but you just never know. Somebody's going to step up on offense. And, they've gone to Zach Gentry. I would say go to Freiermuth, more than you have all season here today. Just keep it simple, work the sticks, move the ball downfield, and eventually, hopefully, hit pay dirt. But it's going to be slim pickings unless there's somebody, let's say, buried on the depth chart, but just somebody who really hasn't played. If they can step up and be a factor, a difference maker, so to speak, and just make some plays. Because we're not even near the end of the first quarter, and two-star offensive playmakers for the Steelers are down, not necessarily out yet with injuries, but it doesn't look good and doesn't look like they'll be coming back shortly. They give us an update of the Colts-Jags game. And Jacksonville scores. They're up 6. And the extra points to come. Okay. I was going to say, don't tell me they missed that, and then that'll be the difference in that game, or they decided to go for 2 for some unknown reason and didn't get it. Okay, Jags just scored. So they're going to keep updating us in that game, it looks like, because both of these teams, the Steelers and Ravens, need the Colts to lose and then some more help to get in the playoffs. So from the 5, they didn't get the first down. Pittsburgh going to go for it. 4th and 1. Ben's under center. Benny Snell in the backfield. Derek Watt in motion. And then we got a late whistle. Maybe a delay of game. Is there a penalty? There is a flag. Illegal formation. False start on the Steelers, so now you got to kick it. That was on Benny Snell. So replay down, be 4th and 6. That extra point by the Jags is up and good, so they lead 7-0 over the Colts. Both these Steelers, Ravens, and Bengals, Browns games right now knotted up at 0, but the Steelers are going to try to capitalize here off the Raven turnover now with a field goal because of the penalty. And here comes the Wizard of Boz, Chris Boswell, for about a 28-yard field goal. And that kick's going to be up and good. So Steelers lead it now with 6:06 to play in the opening quarter, 3-0. Eventually, you're not going to be able to settle for 3. You're going to have to punch it in for 6. Okay? They've relied this season, as they always do anyways, way too damn much on the defense and special teams. But for the brand, you got to rely on your kicker every once in a while. So take it and take it for what it's worth. But Boswell is one of the best kickers in the league, no doubt about it. They did have a good return there to begin the game. Drive stalled. They punted, went 3 and out. Capitalized off turnover though, but the concerns right now are with Najee Harris and Deontay Johnson. How severe are their injuries, and are they going to be able to come back in and play? Because if so, and they can, okay, good, let's go, let's roll. If not, who's going to step up? And then, I mean, I still feel it's going to be low scoring as it was a month ago. Defensive showdown, especially with Baltimore once again having a backup quarterback and on a 5-game losing streak. Okay, Steelers might win this game once again because of the defense, and no doubt about it, I'll take it. A win's a win. But when the defense has done so much for you, and then turnover offense, and there's some sign of life, but not much. I mean, come on now. So, at least they're on the board here early. 3-0 your score. Ben Roethlisberger and Tyler Huntley, along with Najee Harris, Benny Snell. I mean, if they can get a lead on the road, late second half, and run the football when they need to play good defense, they'll be all right. Ben's 3 of 4 for 25 yards passing. Najee 2 for 2, but then he also has that catch for 4 yards, which was the injury play. Snell has 3 carries, 13 yards. Zach Gentry catch for 11. Deontay Johnson catch for 10, but he's hurt now too. And then Huntley's 2 of 2, 22 yards passing. They have no running game whatsoever, but Rashard Bateman has both of Huntley's pass attempts for completions and receptions, 2 catches, 22 yards. So, short kick, return to the 32-yard line, it looks like, be 1st and 10 for Baltimore. From there, they now trailed by 3, at least 3-0 Steelers. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, School and Luke 96. See what Baltimore does here. But Steeler defense gonna have to bring the Steel Curtain defense down once again. TJ Watt going to go for the sack record. Ton of movement. That's a false start. It's a false start on everybody. Just not everybody on the offensive line, everybody on offense. Yeah, false start. They do give a number, but yeah, that was on everyone. They all moved. But like I said, with turnovers, I feel turnovers are once again going to be the difference. Determine the outcome of this game. They really weren't, which was a little weird when they met last month. I mean, Jackson, remember, that interception in the end zone, but Pittsburgh couldn't capitalize. At least off this turnover early, they capitalized on it and, have some points down to show for it. So that pass going to be caught by Mark Andrews. So on 1st and 15 after the penalty, 89 goes up and gets it, and now they'll have the 2nd and short. So they're spotted at. Should be a 2nd and 2. But, yeah, 2nd and 2 here. 5:25 and counting to play. Out of the pistol. And TJ Watt, missed tackle. Loudermilk and Spillane going to bring him down after he picked up the first down, but they'll move the sticks, and there's Latavius Murray. As mentioned, Baltimore, to this point, they really don't have a running game because they were throwing a lot on their opening drive there before the turnover. So Pittsburgh's been on the field, at least on offense, more than the Ravens have here early on, but just, of course, hopefully the Steelers defense can get off the field as well especially once again on the road. Something as Huntley going to roll out near side, escapes a sack, and then Cam Hayward's right there to take him down. So it'll be 2nd and 11. The road is a place the Steelers have not been able to win hardly whatsoever this year. Their last win on the road was on Halloween at Cleveland. So, I mean, at least they were able to win on the road in the division, but also in the division, they got blown out at Cincinnati. They only have 2 wins on the road this year. And they were week 1 at Buffalo, and then on Halloween at Cleveland. Huntley down the middle, and that's picked off and then dropped by Edmonds. But they say pick, then fumble. Ooh, nice big clothesline. Maybe that's a face mask. 15 yards tacked on. Another turnover. They did let it play out. No whistle. And he just lobbed it up. Edmonds right there to pick it off. That's a catch. Caught it with his wrist. Pass was intercepted. And then fumbled, but he picked it up. And then he was down by contact. So it doesn't look like there's going to be a return by any means. Okay, right there. So even before the fumble, he caught it. And then Andrews tripped himself. That's down by contact. And it'll be Pittsburgh 1st and 10 from there when we return. All right. So 2 turnovers by the Ravens here in the first quarter. Pittsburgh already capitalized with 3 off the first. We'll see if they can add some more points on the board off of this last one here when we come back, coming up next. But turnovers, once again, what did I say? Turnovers. So, yeah, that's where we're at. It seems like as we're towards the tail end of the first quarter now. It seems like we're further into this game than we are because we've had a lot happen here in the first 15, but we still got a few minutes to play in the first quarter, and then we'll get towards halftime, and then coming up at halftime, as always, we'll have first half stats and scores. Update week 18. At least they're giving us updates of the Colts and Jags because that game is on right now. And both teams need Indianapolis to lose and then some more help to get in the playoffs. And last it was Jags 7, Colts 0. So that's been our only update in either of these 2 games I currently have on. Steelers up 3 on the Ravens 3-0. Going to try to capitalize off another turnover when we return. But then still 0-0 with the Bengals and Browns. And Fox, as CBS gave us the just quick update on the touchdown. It wasn't an in-studio game break by any means. Just a little picture. Fox hasn't showed anything. So we'll update the rest of the week. See what happened yesterday. And then see what's going on here today. And then we'll also later on tonight with some more live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. NFL Sunday Night Football, game 272 in the regular season. Chargers-Raiders. We'll take a look at the playoff picture then. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here as they confirm the pick. It was an interception. So Pittsburgh going to try to capitalize once again off the turnover. 1st and 10. They hand off, and Benny Snell still on tailback. Keep running them. Keep running Benny Snell, former Kentucky Wildcat. Give them some momentum. Give them a reason to break one. It all starts up front and give it a block to run open pass. help him out a little bit. They fake the end around again, hand off to Snell. Lower shoulder, 2, maybe 3 yards. Be third and about 6. So, okay, Najee Harris probable to return. Hopefully he'll be okay. And teammates are with a big brace now on his arm, trying to help him out as if he would go back in. Injury sucks. If he doesn't come back, then he might be in trouble. I don't know. And I haven't seen Deontay Johnson back out there yet either. But if you do throw him back in, of course, you don't want anything worse to happen. So, I mean, you just got to run with it for the time being. 3rd and 6, slant over the middle, caught. First down, and Pat Freiermuth on the reception. Rookie out of Penn State. Working the sticks, and that's another Pittsburgh Steeler. First down. Yeah, quick pass, and yeah, they're going the tight ends early and often, along with trying to establish that running game early and often here today, which is a good sign. As Joe Heggs at left tackle, John Laguz at left guard. Of course, Dan Moore Jr. is out with an ankle injury. J.C. Hausner's at center. Trey Turner, right guard. As Ben, 1st and 10, going to go deep, far side, and that's going to be picked off. I don't know who the hell he was thrown to. Ray McLeod in the area, but that felt like it was forced. And, I mean, yeah, he was pressured, but just a stupid decision. Just stupid. Chuk's playing at right guard, by the way. But, I mean, man, you get a turnover, and then you turn it over yourself. Like, for the time being, yeah, they even themselves out. But if Baltimore now uses this as momentum and capitalize off it, whether that means tying game up or taking the lead, and then you have injuries, you know, we might look back at this turnover and, you know, just, I mean, come on, man. What the hell are you doing? You know, Ben in his first game in the NFL as a Steeler versus the Ravens, Week 2, 2004. He had 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Well, he has one of those 2 interceptions once again here today, but not necessarily a slow start compared to how it's been. It is a little bit better, but not by much. So also you got to take that for what it's worth, but you still can't turn the ball over and, you know, expect to, even with a lead, home, away, neutral site, have a chance to win the game. Especially when you're not going to have a running game, it seems like now, with Najee Harris out. And Benny Snell's is just, you know, a few yards here or there. Yeah, the defense is going to have to continue to get the hell off the field and get some stops. Hopefully, remember how to tackle. TJ Watt going for the sack record. Hell, already 2 turnovers, but you just turn it over yourself, so, I mean, at least they have a 3-0 lead, but still, just, it's frustrating like that. Just hopefully on offense, and knock on wood, no more injuries, they can get Najee Harris and Deontay Johnson back. I believe I saw DJ out there after I just said a second ago. I don't think he's since returned, but I believe he was lined up by his lonesome near side. But then, Ben went deep to Ray, who's stepping up in absence James Washington today, and, threw the pick, and now back to it, 1st and 10, Baltimore from 25. And a run by Devontae Freeman, pushed out of bounds by Minka Fitzpatrick, so a former Falcon and Dolphin on the run and tackle. Now Raven and Steeler, but just Baltimore, talk about the run game, with Pittsburgh not really having one this year. Yeah, okay, Najee Harris has run for over 1,000 yards now and has 1,000 plus all-purpose. T.J. Watt and then Arthur Millette on the tackle for a loss for about 4 in the backfield. Would be second and long under meant to play in this opening quarter. Baltimore's led the league in rushing the past few years as a team. That has to speak for something. It all starts up front. And they have a former Steeler on the offensive line and Alejandro Villanueva, who Pittsburgh's severely missing right now. But, you still play with who you have. The standard is the standard. You have 53 on the active roster for a reason. So, 2nd and 15, Huntley pass complete. Marquise Hollywood Brown. He'll get good 10 yards there, I'd say. Be 3rd and medium here. But that should do it for the opening quarter. They give them 11 officially. 3rd and 4. They're trying with the clock run. So we'll hit the end of the first quarter with the Steelers on top. 3-0. 3-zip Steelers on top of the Baltimore Ravens here today on the road from M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, Maryland. And what could be, most likely, Ben Roethlisberger's final game in the NFL before he hangs up his cleats and calls his career and retires. And then 5 years from now, early August, in the Canton, Ohio sun, 7 should be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a first ballot Hall of Famer. So we'll get back to the action here momentarily. It'll be 3rd and 4 for Baltimore, down 3. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports. Coolhand Luke 96. Hit that thumbs up button. Share. Chat questions, comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. And we'll see if the Steeler defense can once again get the hell off the field and maybe for the 3rd straight Raven offensive drive, get a 3rd straight turnover and try to capitalize off it once again. They're 1 for 2 in that category because they just threw the interception themselves. But they do have 3 points to show for on the scoreboard with 3-0 lead. But and I get it's still early, still a lot of football left. And, it's a little bit better of a start compared to how it's been, recently and for the most part all year. But not by much. But, you wait till week 18 to, do what you're doing now. And so I said, a few weeks back, you take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. Now you got to continue to take care of business and get some help. So we'll be keeping close eyes on the Colts-Jags game as well. As it last was 7-0 Jacksonville. The Browns actually just scored as well to go up 7 at home on top of the Bengals, who are one of the few teams in the league this week resting a few players with the playoffs to begin next weekend. Yeah, the Jags are still up 7 on the Colts early second quarter. So maybe we'll get some bonus coverage of that if this wraps up beforehand, but still a lot of football to be played until then. 3rd and 4 for Baltimore from the 48. Huntley looking to throw, going to step up, and then he's going to be brought down He was sacked by Hayward, escaped that, and then it looked like Wormley and Millette brought him down after about a yard. So it'll be 4th and short, 4th and 2, and Baltimore is going to have to punt. So 3 straight. Actually, we got an update of the Colts Jags. Carson Wentz down the middle, and a 1st and 10 out past midfield. So no scoring update, but they're knocking on the door. So at least they're continuing to update us with that, with both of these teams needing Indianapolis to lose. But if the Colts win, they run a fake punt and it's incomplete. Turnover on downs. Pittsburgh going to have 1st and 10, good starting field position, and now we'll see if, of course, they can capitalize off of that. John Harbaugh, the special teams coach that he is, not a bad decision to, run a fake punt here early. Got an injured Raven, but turnover on downs. It'll be 1st and 10 Pittsburgh, so really 3 turnovers by the Ravens on their first 3 drives here today. 2 actual turnovers, and then that turnover on downs, and then they'll take a TV timeout with injury. 14-14 to play in the first half. Steelers are getting it back up 3-0 on top of the Ravens. Now we're sort of at a standstill, and it looks like we won't be taking a break. We'll be sticking with it. Yeah, we're going to actually now take a break. Okay. A little bit of delay, but yeah, I guess to myself, too, myself included, along with the Steelers' return there, it caught them off guard. I wasn't, expecting a fake punt. But Pittsburgh was still able to, and the pass wasn't bad from the punter. Pittsburgh was still able to make a play on it and force the incompletion and turnover on down. So the fumble, they got 3 points off of it. The interception, well, they threw an interception on their own. Now the fake punt, turnover on downs, good field position. See if they can extend their lead here. Just prior to halftime, of course, just early second quarter. Both teams all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning to come. But hopefully they can get Najee Harris and Deontay Johnson back out there on offense as well, and get back to playing as the Pittsburgh Steelers. But like I said, who's going to step up? Who's going to fill their shoes? We'll see. Defense gets held off the field once again. And it just at least the offense has 3 points to show for it right now, because it still could be deadlocked at 0. But from now until then, a lot of football left. But Pittsburgh, I'd say, has the momentum. They're in full control of this game right now, especially on defense, and then they have a 3-0 lead, which isn't much, but it's still a 3-0 lead, so that doesn't speak for something. But we'll see now offensively what they can do here. Benny Snell still in the game at running back. They fake the give to him, roll out near side. That is caught by Ray McLeod, and no gain on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 10. So, probably the right decision to just dump it off there. Good coverage by the Ravens downfield. So, just keep it simple. Work the sticks, balance and consistency. You got a fun running game, though. 2nd and 10 from 45. They do run it, but Baltimore's right there to bring them down for a big tackle for loss in the backfield. Now they got a 3rd and mile, so another turnover, and nothing to show for here. Unless they get 20 yards, they're gonna have to punt, and Baltimore's gonna be back out there on offense, and we're just gonna, not necessarily play a punt contest right now, but just back and forth with nothing really going on. Austin, 3rd and 16 from the 39 again. It seems like a average starting point for the Steelers here today. They're on a simple bubble screen, complete with Aaron McLeod. And so 4th down. Can't do a damn thing. Only get a yard officially on that drive. And Harvin's on the punt again. So at least with his blue suede shoes, thank you. Thank you very much. He'll boom it away and hope to pin him deep inside the 10. Rookie out of Georgia Tech. His punt or caught at the 20. So 1st and 10, Baltimore. 12:21 to play in the first half. From the 20-yard line, Steelers on top 3-0. Just seems to me this game's going to be, going deep and one late into the second half, third, fourth quarter. Low scoring. It doesn't look like Najee Harris is coming back anytime soon. It was probable, if I'm not mistaken, earlier with the injury update. See if I can find any more info in that regard. But somebody's got to step up. I don't care who the hell it is. Somebody has to step the hell up. Because defense can't, once again, do it all for you. Because eventually, as time rolls on, whether they're getting off the field or not, they're going to be dead-ass tired. And then Baltimore is going to do something. And then you're going to be a sitting duck. And really not doing enough early, you're going to put yourself in a hole, as you like to do. And then you're going to hope to try to find a way out of it late. And whether you do or not, well, we'll see. Only time's going to tell. Probably not, but, once again, that's why they play the game. Side on paper, side on the field. So, well, when we get back to it here in a second, see if the defense can once again get the hell off the field. Good to see Chris Wormley back. Hayward in the middle. TJ Watt still going for the sack record. Really haven't spoke of any of the other linebackers with Devin Bush, Joe Schobert, Alex Highsmith, or Robert Spillane yet by any means. Joe Hayden likes to play possum and not come out until late. Minka, Edmonds has the interception, but Minka has that one push out of bounds. Millette has a tackle for loss. But where the hell has Cam Sutton been? He has not done a damn thing in the past month, 2 months or so now. Literally non-existent. Falling off the face of the fucking earth. 1st and 10 from the 20. And they hand off. And TJ Watt there on the tackle, bringing down Devontae Freeman, along with 92 Isaiah Loudermilk. And we're going to get another update. Okay? So the Colt drive stalled. They had to settle for a field goal. So the Jaguars lead the Colts 7-3. That's good. But that's not a final score yet. If Pittsburgh wins, the Colts lose, and the Chargers and Raiders don't tie, Pittsburgh's going to be in the playoffs. Minka's running this back. They have not blown a whistle yet. 2nd and 7. Make it 3rd and 7. Okay, Millette's hurt. Minka just ran it back. Pushed out of bounds. Okay, now the rolling on the field is incomplete. Yeah, that was uncalled for. Blow it dead if it's incomplete, because now Millette's hurt when that shouldn't have happened to begin with. But, awkward play again. It looked like it was tipped. They say incomplete, not a fumble. The ball was thrown how many yards downfield? And it wasn't picked off because the ball hit the ground, if I'm not mistaken. But Minka still picked up because, I mean, you played to the whistle. I mean, maybe a fumble after the catch. Yeah. I don't blame him one bit on the return, but okay, they say incomplete 3rd and 7. I mean, can we at least see a replay of what the hell just happened? 3rd and 7, Baltimore from the 23. So they're just going to even forget that play happened, and we're going to move on. 3rd and 7, Baltimore. After, whether it was a incomplete or a fumble, that pass is incomplete. And another punt to come for Baltimore. So the Steeler defense gets off the field, quick 3 and out. Pittsburgh doesn't have a field goal. We're deadlocked at 0. Like, even lower scoring than it is at 3-0 right now. And for the rest of the game, unless one of these two teams get rolling here quick, we're just going to be sitting here and enjoying both these punters kicking it. So, because neither offense can do a damn thing, and I mean the defenses are, I'd say the Steeler defense playing a little bit better right now. Of course with the turnovers, but Baltimore has a turnover as well. Better return, and then a flag on the play. Probably a hold or a block on the back if I'd have to guess. It'll be 1st and 10, Pittsburgh though, up 3-0, 11:26 to play in this first half. Yeah, if the Steelers win and the Colts lose, along with making sure the Chargers and Raiders don't tie tonight on Sunday Football, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. Yeah, got a hold on the return. So 10 yards, be 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, when we return. But then the Ravens also need the Colts to lose, along with the Chargers. And then the Dolphins either lose or tie, coming up at 4 o'clock at home against the Patriots. So it's Week 18, the first ever Week 18 in NFL history with this expanded regular season, the biggest season ever in NFL history before the Super Wild Card round next weekend returns, with the expanded playoffs back as well, 14 and 32 teams into the dance. And then as we have doubleheader next Saturday, tripleheader next Sunday, Monday Night Football, and then it's a double the following weekend on Saturday and Sunday, followed by the conference championship games, the Pro Bowl, and then Super Bowl 56, Valentine's Day weekend, Sunday night, February 13th, 2022, over a month from now. A month from later on this week. Inglewood, California, SoFi Stadium, home of the Chargers and Rams. In the middle of the Winter Olympics as well. Game going to be on NBC. But still a lot to figure out from now until then. So once again, one thing at a time. Pittsburgh back on offense when we return. 1st and 10, 3-0 lead. But neither offense really showing any signs of life right now. So until they get rolling, we're stuck. But once again, they're not necessarily in the hole just yet. A little bit better of a start today compared to how it's been. But the turnovers. Baltimore has technically 2 official turnovers, but then they have the turnover on downs on the fake punt that they did not convert on. So there's 3. They've had 4 drives and they just punted. So goose egg, nothing to show for it. A damn thing going their way. Pittsburgh capitalized after a quick 3 and out on their second drive off of the fumble, the first Raven turnover. Then they throw an interception. Then they punt. Here we are, 1st and 10, back to it from the 29. Someone with that number 9. I don't know what it is just yet. Maybe they only score 9 points in the win. Maybe they win by 9. Maybe they lose by 9. I don't know, but they've either started the 29 or the 39, it seems like, the whole entire game. Update, different game, rather than Colts-Jags. It's still in the AFC South, though. It's Titans-Texans, and Tennessee's on top 7-0 over Houston. If they win, they're the number 1 seed in the AFC. If they lose, the Chiefs, after their win yesterday at the Denver Broncos, and then firing Vic Fangio earlier this morning, Denver joins the Raiders and Jaguars looking for a new head coach. Among, of course, potential few other teams come tomorrow for the coaching carousel known as Black Monday. That pass complete. 1st and 10 Steelers to 81, Zach Gentry. Once again, the former Michigan quarterback turned tight end. Really the number 2 behind Pat Freiermuth, who has stepped up as of late. And, yeah, it sucks. No Najee Harris. Injured early. It's been Benny Snell. Motion man's Ray McLeod. They hand off to 2-4. And he'll get about a yard or so if he's lucky enough. 2nd and 9. They're at least trying to establish a running game early and often, and they're going to their tight ends. Why don't you take a deep shot? Why don't you take a deep shot? Why don't you work some trickery into it? Claypool's been targeted once, and it was just a little too much, and it fell incomplete. 2nd and 9, Ben rolls out near side, checks it down, back to his tight end, Zach Gentry. And that goes for another 2, maybe 3. It'll be 3rd and medium for the Steelers here. Got another injury. So, it is week 18. It's been a long season. You know, everybody's banged up. Matter of fact, how injured you are, whether or not you still play or not. It's a grind. It is. But in a must-win situation, you're going to hopefully give it your all. And 3rd and 7 from the 42. Ben, near side. Well, yeah. Deontay Johnson slipped and fell, incomplete. Be 4th down and 7. So they'll punt again. But, well, there's the field condition for you with the rain coming down. Yeah. And, I mean, it's going to be raining the rest of the game, so it's not going to get any better. Devin Duvernay back to return the punt. And another fair catch at the 15, so 1st and 10 Baltimore from there. So Pittsburgh, along with Baltimore on offense, neither team can do a damn thing right now, but Steelers do have a 3-0 lead. So, you know, maybe this is a Dolphin Steeler in the rain. Not a mud bath by any means. 3-0 affair. But like I said earlier, you know, full circle for Ben. First and potential last game in his career here today on the road against the Ravens. It really come full circle. Knock on wood. Hopefully he doesn't go down with an injury with all the Steeler injuries already. I mean, there's, you know, no prodigal son behind him. Any way they could step in and, you know, play quarterback. Because with Mason Rudolph, Dwayne Haskins, Josh Dobbs into the future, they sure as hell ain't the answer quarterback for the Steelers. We're going to get more into everything a little bit later on. But, you know, of course, Ben came in for an injured Tommy Maddox. And, you know, the rest has been history since. But defensively, they are going to have to get the hell off the field. 2nd and 7 after a 3-yard gain from the 19. fake the give to Freeman, and then Huntley passes caught, first down Baltimore at the 29. Hollywood Brown on the catch, tackled by number 39 and Minka Fitzpatrick. So we're gonna, as Jacksonville kicks a field goal, they're now up 10-3 as they near halftime. They're about 5 minutes or so ahead of us. Both these teams need the Colts to lose. Baltimore needs a little bit more help than the Steelers do, but hopefully Indianapolis loses, because if Pittsburgh wins, as they give us an update on the field goal, when other than on a game-winning field goal, I get it is last week of the regular season, do they show us an update? That's a hold. Come on, where's the penalty? That's a hold on Villanueva on Highsmith, former teammates. They give him the first down and a run because he had time to run because of the hold in front of him, but no call. You know, when other than now, you know, and then a potential game winner, do we see an update on just a simple field goal? But that's how, you know, big these games are right now. You know, because like I said, once again, if the Steelers win and the Colts lose, and as long as their Chargers and Raiders Sunday Night Football don't tie, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. The Ravens win, they need the Colts, Chargers, and Dolphins all to lose in order to get in as well. But 3-0 Steelers, 10-3 Jaguars. So at least they're keeping that on the bottom ticker, and they're continuing to update us. 2nd down and 8, 6.5 to play in the half from the 41. Huntley out of the gun, dumps it off to Andrews, and then Joe Hayden on the tackle, his first this afternoon. As, of course, he was on the COVID protocol list this past week, COVID-19 reserve, and they activated him along with Deontay Johnson, among a few others that were, whether they were out last week or placed on it after the Monday night win against the Browns. They're, knock on wood, at full strength right now health-wise, but a few injuries early. We have not seen Najee Harris since the opening drive. He has a right arm injury. Looks like it's his hand, wrist, or elbow. Hopefully he's okay, but it looks like he's going to be done, and then his season, if Pittsburgh, you know, doesn't make the playoffs, well, year is going to be done as well, along with everybody else. But TJ Watt on the pressure, incomplete on the pass, 4th down, and Baltimore's on to punt again. So just here we go again. Here we go again. Fox giving us update as the Browns actually score again. They're now at 14-0 on the Bengals, but Cincinnati's resting players. They're going to get a home playoff game next week. Whether that's as the faces next week. But we'll take a timeout in the meantime. They were just, of course, coming back from break, giving us an update there. It looked like both of the updates we've already seen on CBS here, with the Titans and Texans, that touchdown by Tennessee, but then also, of course, keeping tabs on the Colt Jaguar game. But then also, I guess, the Madden Cruiser, following the death of John Madden, right after Christmas, a couple weeks ago now, end of 2021, now into 2022. Hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. The Madden Cruiser has arrived at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And be sure also to go check out, fortunately I wasn't there when I was just there a little over, or a little under, a year ago. Now it is, and it looks like it'll be there for the rest of the time. If I'd have to guess, I don't know. They were showing an update of it arriving, it looked like. Along with, of course, because this game was Cincinnati and Cleveland, taking place at First Energy Stadium in the Rock and Roll City, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame right next door. The draft was just in Cleveland last spring. I had the honor to attend. So, yeah, be sure to go check out my NFL Draft and Pro Football Hall of Fame vlog right here on the YouTube channel. And let me know what you think. And more updates. All right. Some scoring going on around the league right now, but coming up halftime, we'll update Week 18, so stay tuned. But for the most part, the NFC, and we'll talk about the playoffs later, the NFC's set compared to the AFC. But once again, that's why they play the games. We'll see who's in, who's out, and who's going to be hitting the offseason early and moving on to next year after this weekend. But first and 10, Pittsburgh from the 19 after the Raven punt again. 5:34 and 3 timeouts with a 2-minute warning to come before halftime. Ben going to pump fake, and then he gets rid of it, and it's incomplete. Intended for Zach Gentry again. So I don't know where Pat Fryermuth is. Maybe he's hurt now too, unfortunately. But it's been Zach Gentry has the go-to target at tight end recently, at least. But, still, somebody has to step up. I said, I don't care who the hell it is. Somebody has to step up. And for the most part, I'm talking about Benny Snell because they have to find a running game. Play clock winding down, 2nd and 10, they get it off. They'll run a draw, and Benny Snell only for a yard. They need a better backup running back because if this would happen to Najee Harris again, Benny Snell is going to be on into the last year of his deal next year. Unless he does something from now until the end of the game, because he hasn't done anything at all in his career to this point, at least this year, he's going to come out, and Kalen Balaj, former Dolphin and ball game at tailback now, I'd say get rid of him. Find somebody else to be the number 2 behind 22. But 3rd and 8, Ben down the middle, and it's incomplete, a little overthrown, almost picked off, 4th down, and can't even take a minute off the damn clock, and you got to punt. Come on now. Just back and forth with neither offense able to move the ball more than 5, 6, 7, 8 yards. And it's punt, 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 along with a few turnovers. And at least Pittsburgh was able to capitalize off that fumble early, and they have a 3-0 lead. Because if not, once again, we'd be tied at 0. Rolls to the 29. Be 1st and 10, Baltimore from there. Maybe it's going to be number 29, Kalen Balaj, making plays at running back now for the Steelers. Maybe it'll be number 39, Micah Fitzpatrick, making plays on defense for the Steelers. Just, this is getting to the point it's hard to watch. My eyes aren't bleeding just yet, but eventually something's got to give. It's like, come on, do something, But, 3 is still a 3-0 lead. That's enough to be on top. And if, this game continues to go the way it has, okay, I guess there was a penalty, but they pick it up, so 1st and 10, Baltimore. But, just... Man, come on now, let's go. Maybe it's going to be a defensive touchdown. Maybe a special teams touchdown. And they finally step up. As many punts as we've seen, I'd hope, because they have had a few decent returns, maybe they break one and, cap it off with a 6. That pass going to be caught at midfield by Mark Andrews. 1st and 10, Baltimore into Steeler territory. Arthur Millette on the tackle. Be 1st and 10. For almost a 30-yard gain. But, just to say that, I know damn well, 3 is not going to be enough to win this game. You have to, eventually do something else and something more. You got to tack on this lead. 1st and 10 for Bucktooth, and they get 3 yards on the run. Tavius Murray, former Raider and Saint, who Baltimore actually signed just before the season began due to all their injuries at running back. Second and 7, Huntley getting pressured, and then he just runs into his lineman and falls down. And Pittsburgh falls on top of him to say he's down by contact. So we'll see how that is going to be credited as a sack. Wormley and T.J. Watt still going for the sack record. No, it was just Chris Wormley on the tackle. Okay. So 3rd down and officially should be about 8. Actually, the loss. That's right. Okay. 3rd and 11. Huntley stepping up, throwing down the middle, and just behind his target, Mark Andrews. Decent coverage by Cam Sutton, so at least he made a play there. First in quite a while for him, but 4th down, and drive's going to stall, and Baltimore's on the punt again. This is ugly. This is very ugly with Pittsburgh and Baltimore right now. Jags still lead the Colts still 10-3. Minute and a half to play in the first half. We're about to the 2-minute warning here shortly, 43 seconds from now. 6 straight punts with both these teams now. 6 straight punts. That's how bad it is. But for the brand, kicks up and away. And they're going to let it bounce, and Baltimore actually catches it, fields it at the 6. So it'll be Pittsburgh 1st and 10 from there. Okay, we're going to see if we can update on a few injuries here with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because it doesn't look like Najee Harris is coming back in. But with no Pat Freiermuth as of late, and they haven't gone to Claypool whatsoever. That handoff's going to go to Kalen Ballage. Yeah, your 2 tight ends are Zach Gentry and Kevin Rader. Now we got a scuffle with 2-2-2 and counting to play in this first half. Refs break it up. Yeah, Steelers-Ravens, what do you expect? They're going to fight each other. All hell's about to break loose. And we still going to have to play, yeah. We'll take this 2-minute warning, though. Pittsburgh going to have a 2nd and 10. So we'll get back to it here in a minute. Pittsburgh 2nd and 10, still 3-0 lead. 2 minutes to play in the half. Still got 3 timeouts, but neither offense has done a damn thing since, for the most part, last week now. At this point, just very frustrating. If only, Najee Harris, didn't get hurt early, maybe they have a little bit of a running game right now and they have a little bit more to show. But at the same time, I still highly doubt it, because they haven't been able to run the ball all year. He only finished with almost 200 yards rushing last week because Well, one there at home. It was Ben's final home game. Second half, with the lead, they just kept running the ball, working the clock. And then at the end, he capped off a 40-yard run for 6. So, yeah, he has over 1,000 yards rushing and 1,000 plus all-purpose, but it's the consistency, it's the balance and consistency for the Steelers. Like, hopefully they can find him with Benny Snell and Kalen Balazs, because that's who's playing running back. As standard to standard, you play with who you have, okay? But somebody has to step up, as they're going to continue to show some flashback images of this Steeler-Raven rivalry throughout the past 18 years with Ben Roethlisberger at the helm of the black and gold. But 2 minutes and 3 timeouts. Length of the field to go. Up 3, 2nd and 10 from the 7. And they'll fake the draw, slant. A little too high, incomplete, intended for Deontay Johnson. 3rd and 10 from the 7. Minute 56 and 3 timeouts. Up 3, but meantime, we'll get an update. Tennessee's up 14 now on Houston. They're going to be looking for a new head coach here before too long as well. I wouldn't be surprised if, John Harbaugh, with his brother Jim looking to get back into the league. Baltimore, 5, potentially 6-game losing streak down the season, if they'd want to move on, I doubt it, but 3rd and 10, where's the flag? That pass intended for Freiermuth, they're going to say he slipped and fell, which he might have a little bit, but there was a little contact, though, too, it looked like. Incomplete, 4th and 10. But regardless, even if they would have got the first down out of it and worked a few more seconds off the clock, the drive still would have stalled. So it stalls now. They're going to punt. Baltimore getting it back. Good field position. Off of the shank. Going to roll out of bounds around the 42. It'll be 1st and 10 Ravens. From the 40, minute 46 and 3 timeouts. Going to try to at least tie this game up, if not take the lead before halftime. And then Baltimore will also get the ball to begin the second half. So keep that in mind. But an injury update, scarce right now with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee still probable, but that was how long ago? Huntley, quarterback keeper, pushed out of bounds after almost a 20-yard run by Mink at the 20. Be 1st and 10 again, so now they got even better field position. They're knocking on the door with a lot of time, so work it and use your timeouts. Score if you're going to score, no doubt about it, but just Pittsburgh's defense at this point, no doubt about it, able to go off the field, bending but not breaking. But right now, it's not the time to break. 1st and 10 from the 22 officially. Huntley empty set, slant over the middle, caught by Andrews. And they'll have a 2nd down and about 3 at the 15. But yeah, that's where we are. Baltimore's going to take a timeout, it looks like. Or actually, the Steelers do. Stop it, 2nd and 3. Okay, so they're going to try to get the ball back if they can get off the field. have some time and no timeouts and to potentially do something again before halftime. But what makes you think, they're going to do something with little no time and no timeouts when they can't do a damn thing with time and timeouts? So, just at least Jacksonville's still on top of Indy right now, 10-3. Huntley going to get the first and goal at the 6. However, if the Jags win and the Steelers lose, they did it themselves. Just shot themselves in the foot, fell in a hole, and couldn't get out of it. But they have been a second-half team, so we have that to sort of look forward to in the third and fourth quarters. Just force a kick. Don't give them a touchdown right now. Because if they score early second half, too, getting the ball to begin the third quarter, that pass caught by Freeman out of the backfield, Sutton on the tackle, clock's going to roll. Baltimore shows 3 timeouts. They'll have a second goal from about the 7. Got a whistle. I believe they just called a timeout there first. Yeah, Baltimore with a timeout. Oh, second and goal. But if you can force a kick early, I'll take it. But 2 touchdowns, hell, I'll even take a touchdown on a field goal, but I still don't want to be down 7. Because then you got to tie it and then go into the fourth quarter looking to take the lead when you already have a 3-0 lead. So, just try to do your best. I mean, that's really all I can ask for right now. Second goal from the 7, get the hell off the field, force a kick. Best case scenario, Baltimore doesn't get any points on this drive or to begin the third quarter either. Empty set 5 wide. Huntley looking to throw. And TJ Watt, ooh, big hit. Him and Cam Hayward. Oh, come on. That is not a penalty. Bullshit my ass it is. Don't say that's targeting. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the defense. And remember, with the Whitecapper, Sean Hawkey on the call today, remember, he officiated the Raider-Cowboy game on Thanksgiving. And we had an absurd amount of penalties that afternoon for almost a record. The sack by Watt, and then Hayward on the big hit. And first and goal, I mean, it's half the distance, but okay, from the 3, they got a first and goal, 2 timeout, 28 seconds, rather than a third and goal from 10 because of the penalty. So the sack ain't going to count. So TJ still hasn't broken the record. Meantime, 1 play later, he takes him down, a sack back at the 5, and that might do it. TJ Watt now officially has broken the NFL single-season sack record, once held by Michael Strahan in 2001. We're here 20 years later. Or that's a tie? How is that a tie? He needed 1.5 to break it, yet he has 2.5 today. How's that add up? Okay, he ties him 22.5. So he needs another half of a sack in the second half to break it. So I'll say what I just said again later. Jacksonville with a field goal. They lead the Colts 13-3 at the half. Come on, Jacksonville. We're all in with the Jags today. Second and goal from the 6. Huntley, quick slant over the middle of the end zone, incomplete, 10 for Hollywood Brown. Third and goal, 19 seconds. They got 1 timeout. Force a kick. Force a kick. Get a turnover. Why not have a 100-yard interception return? There's no James Harrison wearing 92, but Isaiah Loudermilk is wearing 92. Maybe TJ Watt, maybe even Bush, Schobert, Highsmith, Spillane, do something. Just like it was Super Bowl 43 just prior to halftime, before Ben led the team back in the final minutes and gave the Black and Gold their second Lombardi in 4 years. Baltimore calls their third and final timeout on 3rd and goal. They're going to have to get the field goal unit ready. Tucker better be ready to run on if they get tackled in bounds. Yeah, Huntley's going to run out. I mean, you're either throwing a pass in the end zone that's either going to be caught for a touchdown or picked off, or it falls incomplete if you luck out, or you throw it away, or you run the hell out of bounds. You don't want to be tackled in bounds because the clock's going to run out on you. Pittsburgh with 2 timeouts, they're not going to stop the clock for you. So Tucker better be ready to run on to kick a chip shot field goal if you don't punch it in here, because you just called your third and final timeout. 3rd and goal from the 6 for Baltimore. And another empty set, 5 wide. Huntley looking to throw. And TJ Watt knocks it down. And then he takes him down. And now Watt's a little slow to get up. I think he might have hurt his hand on that pass. No, I don't think it was his hand. A little south of the border there. I don't know if he got kneed as he came down after the ball was deflected. Yeah, left knee of Huntley right to the nuts. And at least he'll have all halftime to be okay. So TJ Watt making some plays. They luck out on the incompletion. Tucker 24-yard field goal up and good. 3-3 now with 11 seconds to play in the half. Pittsburgh going to get it back. 2 timeouts. I mean, 11 seconds, that's 2 plays. With 2 timeouts, you might get 1 more, maybe 2 more if you're lucky enough. It's all going to depend on the kickoff. They'll probably just take a knee, though, and head on into halftime. Tied at 3. And then Baltimore will get the ball to begin the second half. So, yeah. They give us an update on Ben when he came in for Maddox. He thought it was only going to be for a play or a series or 2. But it turned into 18 years. Because he won 15 straight. They lost the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. A year later, they won the Super Bowl, and a few years later, they won another Super Bowl. A couple years after that, they went to another Super Bowl. Rodgers has that ring. Come full circle with that, too, if, you know, he leaves Green Bay and ends up in the Steel City next year, okay. But Pittsburgh has not had a losing season since 2003. They're going to show us highlights of Ben's first career game. His first career passing touchdown was to 82 Antoine Randall L. And he needs a few touchdowns today to tie Pittsburgh native Dan Marino for 7th all-time in all-time passing touchdowns in an NFL career as a quarterback. But at halftime, as they just take a knee, few-yard return on the kick, but, you know, 7 seconds, even with 2 timeouts, you can't do anything there. So just play it safe. They take a knee. 3-3 Steelers and Ravens tied at halftime here today. With the Steelers needing a win, a Colt loss, and making sure the Chargers and Raiders don't tie down on Sunday football to make the playoffs. The Ravens need to win, along with have the Colts, Chargers, and Dolphins all lose. Ben Roethlisberger is 8 of 15 for 66 yards passing. Both quarterbacks have an interception. Huntley's 10 of 17, 98 yards passing. However, he's been sacked a few times compared to Ben, so at least the Steeler offensive line up front's been able to block for him. But they have no running game. Najee Harris, it seems like he's going to be out. I mean, once again, what makes you think, unless they're holding him and going to save him for the second half here, that he's going to come back when he hasn't been back in the game since the first drive. You know, hurt his right arm. It looks like a hand, wrist, elbow injury. Somewhere in there. Has a brace. It's covered up with a jacket, so you can't really tell anyway, but it doesn't look like Najee Harris is coming back in, unfortunately. But he has 2 carries, 2 yards. And then also a catch for 4 yards. Benny Snell has 9 carries, 15 yards rushing. So just about yard and a half, 2 yards a gain. Which is not good, because then you're, putting yourself in a third and medium situation for the most part every single time. And no wonder neither of these offenses, have really been able to do anything. It's a few yards here, there, and a punt. 3-3 at halftime. Low scoring defense showdown. Both defenses playing well. Still, and you can say bias all you want, that I feel the Steelers defense playing a little bit better. Just with the turnovers, tacked into that, they were able to capitalize early. Then it, sort of evened out, and then Baltimore ties it up. But this game's going to be won in the fourth quarter. And back to what I said about turnovers, still feel it'll be the difference maker, determine the outcome of this game. So we'll see what gives. But Ben's 8 of 15, 66 yards passing, interception. Benny Snell has 9 carries, 15 yards rushing. Najee 2 of 2, and then those 66 yards passing, 38 of them are Zach Gentry, who has 3 catches, 38 yards receiving. Deontay Johnson has a catch for 10 yards. He's been back in, but they really haven't gone to him. Remember, that catch for 10 yards was on the play he got hurt on. Set up that 4th and short that they were going to go for, and then the false start had settled for 3. So they could have a touchdown there, but because of a penalty, it backed them up. So Johnson has a catch for 10 yards. Freiermuth and McLeod have 7 yards receiving. Najee 4. But Harris looks to be done, unfortunately, which sucks because they don't have a running game. With or without him, though. So defense, once again, making all the plays and hope to win them this game once again. They're able to get off the field, forcing stops, making some big tackles, forcing some turnovers. Got to be able to capitalize off those turnovers, though. Tyler Huntley's 10 of 17, 98 yards passing, has interceptions, been sacked 3 times. He also has 7 carries, 37 yards rushing. Devontae Freeman, 4 for 22 on the ground. Latavius Murray, 2 carries, 7 yards rushing. And then Mark Andrews leads Baltimore in receiving, has 5 catches, 54 yards. So both tight ends leading both these teams in receiving here at the half. We're going to see some highlights now. Tennessee's on top of Houston, 21-0. We're going to update some stats and scores from around the league here in a minute, as well as Cleveland and Cincinnati hit halftime with the Brownies on top by 7, 14-7. Game to keep an eye on, though, is in fact Jacksonville and Indianapolis. Both these teams need the Colts to lose, and the Jags are on top by 10 at the half, 13-3. Mark Andrews has 5 catches, 54 yards. Rashard Bateman, 2 of 22. Marquise Hollywood-Brown, 2 catches, 21 yards. So we'll roll these highlights here. See what they got cooking. And then we'll take a look around the league, update from what happened yesterday and then what's going on right now, what's still to come. And then be sure to tune back in later on night. Sunday football game, 272 in the regular season before the playoffs begin. Next week, Jacksonville 13-3 on top of the Colts. Come on, Duval. Potentially, most likely, as Ben said, his final NFL game here today. What's going on in Motown? Packers, Lions. It was tied at 7. There's a trick play for you. Lions 17-13, on top of the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, it was 7-7, 14-7. They must have missed the extra point. Yeah, extra point no good. And then Detroit the field goal. So 17-13. Lions. And then now they're going to give us a look at the playoff picture. Like I said, the NFC is more set compared to the AFC. They only have one spot to fill, whereas the AFC has one. The NFC has one. The AFC, has two. And they're both going to be wild cards. Because, well, depends on who wins the AFC East. The other, of course, is going to be the wild card. Got a few other scores. I don't know why CBS didn't show highlights. Fox just shows the graphic of the score. But Chicago and Minnesota, along with Washington and New York, are on right now as well. But we're going to take a look at the playoff picture here in a little bit as well. More so not later at night when it's all, for the most part, settled and situated. But here we sit at halftime, 3-3 with the Steelers and Ravens. And neither offense really showed anything. They were at least able to get in field goal range for their kickers. Both number 9 and Boswell and Tucker, I might add as well. There's something at number 9 today. I don't know what it is just yet. There's something at number 9 because it keeps popping up. We'll see. Maybe it be a 9-3 win. Maybe we get to 6-6 and then 9-6 game winner field goal. I don't know. 9 keeps. You better get your head out of your ass and play some damn good football. Yeah, thank you, Bill Cowher. That's a fiery halftime speech in studio. Still coaching them up. I would think, because both teams need the Colts to lose, and the Colts are losing right now, that, you would think both teams are going to come out slinging it, firing in the second half. For better or worse. Hopefully Pittsburgh can put it to these Baltimore Ravens and sneak into the playoffs. Back to, though, with Pittsburgh not being a good road team this year. They've only won twice away from home, in Buffalo and Cleveland. Okay? So it has been frustrating at times, no doubt about it. But okay, 2 blowout losses on the road and 2 wins on the road. Every game, minus those 2 blowouts, whether they won, lost, or tied, game was decided by 12 points or less, with 10 of them being one-score games. And here we are tied at 3. So history once again repeating itself here. If only they could find a running game. We'll see how Najee Harris' status is. He's probably going to be out, so you got to run Benny Snell and Kalen Ballage. But somebody else still step up. You got to give Ben the chance to air it out downfield rather than continue to, check it down on a screen or whatever you're running for a few yards. There hasn't been a deep shot yet. There was, but it was intercepted. It was a bad play to begin with. I don't know who the hell he was thrown to, but at tight end, there's no Pat Fryermuth for some reason. I don't know if he's hurt now too, like I said, but it's Zach Gentry and Kevin Rader. They need to go to DJ and Claypool more. McLeod, like I said earlier, has to step up with James Washington out as well in both the receiving and return game. This game arguably might be won on a defensive or a special teams touchdown. You always got to rely on your special teams, and with a 3-3 tie ball game at halftime, here we are. So, we'll see how the second half pans out, but hopefully Pittsburgh, of course, can get something rolling here and get back out on top with a lead, hold on to it in the second half, win, Hopefully Jacksonville beats Indy, and then the Chargers and Raiders don't tie tonight, and the Steelers are in the playoffs next week. There's a whole new season. They need a spark. They need some momentum. Both teams do, for that matter, because it's been stale, dead in the water. Neither offense has done a damn thing. Pittsburgh probably really should have a touchdown compared to a field goal, as should Baltimore, so we'd probably still be tied up, whether it be 7 apiece or 3-3 here at the half, but find a way. I'll revert back to that. Find a way. Do whatever the hell it's going to take. Just find a way to win this game. It's a 60-minute game. You've played like shit this first half. You've been a second half team, no doubt about it, for the most part all year. And the last time they won on the road was on Halloween, remember, at Cleveland. Since then, they've got blown out on the road in the division as well against the Bengals, who won the division last week. But getting swept by the Bengals, but then sweeping the Browns and having a chance to sweep the Ravens here today. Remember that Brown game? They didn't get on top, as that came down to the final play, as did the Steeler-Raven game last month, did as well. It was early fourth quarter. This game's going to be won in the fourth quarter, potentially, like I just said, on a defensive or special teams touchdown, I think. Turnovers, once again, going to be a difference maker, determine the outcome of this game. Got a fun running game, though. All starts up front. You got to be able to block to run, open up the pass, Ben potentially in his final 30 minutes of football here today. Hopefully he'll leave it all out in the field, as he hopes that is what his legacy will be remembered as well, that, he gave it his all, left it all out in the field. And one tough son of a bitch, well, the Steeler defense keeping them in this game. Once again, enough's enough. Let's get rolling. Let's go. A few other times on the road, they had the game lost. I don't know how many times, found a way to come back and win it, but then they still lost it. Find a way, get the hell over the hump, and this is why they paid J.J. Watt. The Cardinals did, at least. He tweets in. He's out again. But T.J. Watt, this is why the Steelers paid him before the season started. He needs to have a sack to break the all-time single-season sack record here today. Jags are still on top, 13-3, early third quarter. So that game looks like it'll end before this will. So if Jacksonville wins and the Steelers win, as long as the Chargers and Raiders don't tie tonight, Pittsburgh is in the playoffs. But we're underway in the second half. From the 10 on the return, Baltimore will have a 1st and 10 from the 32 to begin this third quarter. Tied at 3 at home versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. But Pittsburgh defensively, yeah. Okay. Najee Harris. Yeah. It's a right arm injury. We're still going to hammer away at the run game. Well, Benny Snell and Kim Balaj, you better bulldoze your ass through the hole. Still no update on Najee, though. I mean, still probable, even though he's going to be out and not coming back. Yeah, turnovers. So, run game and turnovers. Got an injured Raven on the return. If Pittsburgh can run the ball and stop it, get a few more turnovers, they'll be all right, I think. Vice versa, if Baltimore can do the same, they'll probably be even better. This crowd's going to get into it at some point in time, but at 3-3, there's not really been a lot to cheer for. It's been quiet. So, man, we'll see once again if the Steeler defense get off the field here. Devin Bush, Joe Schobert, Alex Highsmith, and Robert Spillane need to step the hell up at linebacker. Cam Hayward in the middle, T.J. Watt coming off the edge. Even Wormley in the middle, too, back from missing last week's game. They played well. as have Hayden and Minka early, but they could also be playing a little bit better, though, too. Feed off of the momentum of TJ getting the sack record, you know? One little thing here or there. All it takes is a spark to create something. Whether that's a fire or not, it takes one spark, okay? You got to capitalize. You got to find a way. Especially with, I would think they know Jacksonville is on top of the Colts right now. I mean, just imagine if both these teams were playing the Jags today. They'd be getting beat. And it'd be a whole different conversation. But, of course, not in the same division. All the divisional matchups, once again, in the final week of the season, they're not playing each other. So, man, just, if only this defense can get a few more stops, and then the offense gets cooking. Ben, give us something to remember in your final game, if this is going to be it. Years from now, remember in the first ever Week 18 that we're tied at 3 against the Ravens at halftime. And, he put the team on his back and led them to a come-from-behind win, and they snuck into the playoffs after getting some help, too. And then whatever happens in the playoffs is what happens in the playoffs. But, man, I think we're going to probably remember more about last Monday night and this final home game than anything else as of late, at least, even though 18 years is a long-ass time. So once again, thank you to Ben, but just find a way. Ben Roethlisberger and TJ Watt, and then whoever the hell steps up behind them, they're going to win this game for the Steelers today, one way or another. Whatever it takes, just find a way, okay? So, TJ needs a half of the sack to break the single-season sack record. 1st and 10, they hand off, and there's a tackle for loss. Cam Hayward, he's 2nd down and 12. Now we've got an update. Jaguars with another field goal. They're on top 16-3. Was it a turnover by the Colts? It was. And they recover. They kick another field goal. I mean, that's a 2-score game now. 16-3 Jags. Duval, let's go Jags. Come on, Pittsburgh, though. You got to do something, though. Find a way. 2nd and 11, they run a screen. And then a little bit of a missed gang tackle, but they do bring them down. Millette, Bush, Edmonds, Minka, even Nikello Witherspoon. First time I've said his name all day. So, 8 combined punts by both of these teams. That's absolutely ridiculous. 3-3. This is very low scoring and defensive showdown if I've ever seen one. 3rd and 6. Huntley going to roll out, tuck it and run, and he'll get the first down on a 7-yard run. Make it 8. 1st and 10, Baltimore. They'll roll with it. Come on now. Don't break now. Let's go. Did a little bit of a hold up front. They're letting him play today, though. Officials are, for the most part. It's the thing with a foul. If it's a penalty, okay, call it. If not, don't let him play. And they're letting him play. Just don't, 4th quarter, when we get around to it, determine the outcome of the game. Highsmith, big tackle, bringing down Murray for a 9-yard run. He's 2nd down and short. Actually, they give him the first down on that? 10 yards officially, they say. All right, out of the pistol. They're running again. Yeah, what did I just say about the run game and turnovers? Pittsburgh can run it and stop it. They'll be all right. Well, they can't run it and they can't stop it, so here we are. But 1st and 10, Baltimore again. from the 46, handoff to Murray, and he's off to the races, and he's in the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. Jesus fucking Christ. It all starts up front. You got to be able to block the run. You know, Baltimore, like I said earlier, as we've known, you know, they've had one of the best rushing attacks in the league the past few years. Even with, you know, being down and out, they've still found a way. Baltimore now at home with a lead, they're going to have the momentum. And Pittsburgh offensively not being able to do a damn thing. Back to putting themselves in a hole. So until they get out of it, extra point up and good. 10-3 Ravens, 12:32 to play in the third quarter. Just, Jesus Christ, man. Come on. Hit the hole and off to the races, and leaving everybody behind them in the dust. Man, come on. How do you let that happen after everything you've, you know, done good already today? Now you're putting pressure on the offense when they can't do a damn thing. This might not get any better for Pittsburgh at this rate. They keep it up. I mean, it's ugly as it already is. I mean, how much worse could it get? I don't know. I don't even want to go there. But somebody's going to step up on offense. I mean, yeah, losing Najee hurt early, but you still got to play with who you have. No excuse. You know? So, man, just back to frustration. I mean, just how? How can you let that happen, you know? Just doesn't make any sense. Even though it does, I mean, because all starts up front. You got to be able to block the run. And he hit the hole and he was off the races. Just don't turn the ball over, whatever the hell you do on offense. Plain and simple, do not turn the ball over. Because they have momentum. If they get a turnover or two off you and they capitalize, hell, you're already in a hole, you're going to be even a bigger hole. You know, go back to just recently a Chief game. They had about 3 turnovers for 17 points. And they don't turn the ball over and they make that field goal. They're down 6 on that final drive rather than down 26. So, well, yeah, whatever you do, don't turn the ball over. You got to get it to, because Benny Snell and Cam Balaj aren't doing a damn thing. I don't know what's up with Freiermuth because it's been Zach Gentry and Kevin Rader at tight end. But Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, River McLeod, hell, as they're actually showing the game, Colts and Jags on the screen in the stadium right now as well. 16-3 Jacksonville. And both these teams need the Colts to lose. Pittsburgh return 1st and 10. But, you know, maybe Ben goes old school on us. And maybe he'll tuck it and run. And now you got to tie this game up. You know, back to right before halftime. You gotta force them. They did force a kick. They settled for 3, but then they gave up a touchdown early third quarter. So that's back-to-back drives. Baltimore 10 unanswered now, up 10-3, 12:25 to play in the third quarter. Claypool in motion. And Ben under center going to hand off Benny Snell. Nice block by Derek Watt. And then about an 8-yard run for Snell. It'll be second down and about 3. Yeah, so find a running game. That's what Baltimore's doing. Early and often like you were early in the first half. Open up the pass and keep it balanced and consistent. Keep them off balance. Keep them on their heels. Rain coming down as well. But where's the deep shot been? 2nd and 3 from the 35. It's been, a few yards here and there on a pass. That's complete to Deontay Johnson. He'll get the Steeler first down for about 5. Gets out of bounds as well. 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. But Baltimore leads the Steelers now 10-3. So Pittsburgh, as they were on top, the Ravens have since taken the lead. And Pittsburgh's going to try to come back and tie this game up. Tale of two halves. Neither team wanted to do a damn thing on offense the first half. Well, now, here early third quarter, at least there's something going for both of them to this point. 1st and 10 from the 40. Ben under center. They do run an end around Claypool near side, and he's off out past midfield to the 45. 1st and 10. Do not turn it over. Don't fumble. It looks like that ball is going to come loose there for a second, but it does not. Holds on to it. 1st and 10. Maybe that's the spark they need. Just find a way. Find a way. And Freiermuth is out there. I don't know why the hell they haven't gone to him. So they do have 3 tight ends. And Freiermuth's going to be in motion. They got 2 running backs along with 3 wideouts and 3 tight ends. And Ben's just got to give him the ball. Play calling, Matt Canada, got to be a little bit better. That pass is going to be caught. Deontay Johnson near side at the 30. Be 1st and 10 again for Pittsburgh. All right. Now you got a good drive going in Raven territory. Don't blow it. You got to score. Well, that's a field goal or a touchdown. You got to score. Need some points on this drive. No excuses. 1st and 10 from the 30. Back to the run game. Run Benny Snell. Don't cough it up, though. Do not turn the ball over. They'll run it. Snell near side. Cuts back into the middle. Stuffed right there at the line of scrimmage. No gain. Be 2nd down and 10. Why don't you go down the middle to one of your 3 tight ends that you're working with today? Got an update. What do we got? Colts and Jaguars. And an interception. Jaguar football 1st and 10 with a 13-point lead in the middle of third quarter. Both these teams need the Colts to lose, but Pittsburgh needs to come back and win this first off. That Colt-Jaguar game is going to finish before this does, believe me. I'd be shocked if it's different. It's the other way around. Ben looking to throw, complete near side, Deontay Johnson. And he'll get about 8, maybe 9 yards on the run. Catch and run near side. Be 2nd and short, it looks like. And in and out. That corner's well done. And Pittsburgh, they give them a 1st and 10, it looks like. Actually, a 3rd and short. 3rd and 1 for Pittsburgh. Third and 1 from the 21. McLeod in motion. Play clock winding down. They'll run Benny Snell. And nothing. Jesus Christ. Can't run the damn football. Here comes Boswell for a field goal. You got to kick it. Take your points. Rather be down 4 than 7 going into the 4th. Because then if you're still down 7, you touchdown to tie it. The game's just going to go even longer. You take your points. Because if you kick it now, you get it. You score later, you take the lead. You settle for 3. Boswell already good from 28 out earlier. This is going to be from 40 to cut it to 4 at 10-6. Kicks up and good. 10-6 Ravens, 7:41 to play in the third quarter. So all Pittsburgh has to show for today is 2 field goals by Chris Boswell. Maybe they need 1 more for the 9 that keeps coming up for some unknown reason. But, man, just back to the defense, relying on them too damn much. Gonna have to get the hell off the field, get another stop or two. Turnover would be nice. Touchdown would even be better. Just keep cutting. It's like chopping down a tree. Eventually it's going to fall. Okay? Find a way. Find a way to come back and win this game, Pittsburgh. Because if Jacksonville wins, and as long as the Chargers and Raiders don't tie tonight, you're in the playoffs.
She's a good egg, though.
And over the past 2 months, everybody on the outside looking in, even after the 1-3 start, but they win 4 in a row. They tie the Lions, lose 3 of 4, and since they beat Baltimore early December, it's been win, loss, win, loss, win. Here we are today, fill in the blank on that. Hopefully it's not a loss, but that's why they play the games. You know, everybody on the outside looking in, who would have thought Steelers would be in the playoffs? Well, they have a chance, and that's all they need. So you're saying there's a chance, I'm saying there's a chance. They just got to come back and, you know, take care of business. So 10-6 your score, 7:41 to play in this third quarter. Ravens on top. Roethlisberger's 11 of 18, only 95 yards passing. Has interception. Hell, last week, he threw almost 50 times for only like 120 yards. And now, I mean, Benny Snell has 12 carries, 22 yards, but still nothing compared to the Ravens. Latavius Murray has 4 carries, 63 yards, and a score. And credit, almost 50 of that was on a touchdown to take the lead. But then Tyler Huntley, the quarterback, the backup quarterback, I might add in for the injured Lamar Jackson once again, has 8 carries, 45 yards rushing. And hell, even Devontae Freeman has 5 carries, 21 yards rushing. Huntley's 11 of 18 as well, 103 yards passing, interception. He's been sacked 3 times. So both these quarterbacks are about even, but the difference is in the run game. It is. Pittsburgh can't run it. Baltimore can. The Steelers can't stop it. The Ravens can. Just, it's going to come down to the run game and turnovers. And potentially a defensive or special teams touchdown. Just as long as, hopefully, Jacksonville wins, Pittsburgh can come back and win this. Chargers and Raiders don't tie, they're in the playoffs. From the 5 on the return. And to the 34 he goes. Baltimore 1st and 10 with a 4-point 10-6 lead midway through this third quarter. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia of Sports, Coan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Ravens. Chat questions, comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. We've got Ian Eagle, Charles Davis, and Evan Washburn on the call for CBS. Mentioned earlier, first time in quite a while. It seems like they've been on call for a Steeler game. Can't remember the last time they were. I mean, recently, when it's been Nance and Romo, they've won 2 of 3. I can't remember if they won or lost last time. You know, these guys were on the call by any means. But another update. Okay, the Texans score, but their season's been done since the end of last year. Because Deshaun Watson, remember his name, Steeler fans, potentially for next year. Of course, hasn't played all year because he's got some legal issues ongoing. But we're going to get more into what's to come later on, so stay tuned. 2nd and 9 after a 1-yard gain on the opening play of this drive. That goes for another yard. So 3rd and 8 for Baltimore, 6:50 and counting to play in this third quarter. Still with a 4-point 10-6 lead. So Pittsburgh, defensively, get the hell off the field. Let's go. Turnover would be nice, but then offensively, turnover or no turnover, you got to do something. Find a way. And it starts up front. Got to run the football. Run the damn ball. 3rd and 8 for the Ravens. Huntley looking to throw. That's going to be caught, but Hollywood Brown short of the line to gain. Be 4th and about 1.5, 2. Cam Sutton. Okay, he's played well today. He has. He's come back from the dead, but he's played well. Another big stop, push him out of bounds. 4th and short for the Ravens. 4th and 2, they're going to go for it. No, they're going to punt. Ray McLeod back deep. Need a good return right here, Ray. Maybe you can 619 your way up the field and get some good starting field position. One thing at a time, though. Remember, they've blocked a few punts on the road this year as well. They get a shank on the punt. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from around the 30, it looks like. He's still rolling from 35. All right, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 35. 5:35 to play in the third quarter. It'll be Steeler football, 1st and 10, down 4, 10-6 here this afternoon. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Okay, in the meantime, we're going to update some stats and scores around the league. Keeping a close eye on that Colt-Jaguar game right now as well. Jags still on top, 16-3. That's 2 scores. At least this is a 1-score, 4-point deficit. It's doable. It will get out of. But everything at 1 o'clock, either midway through the third or early fourth quarter. The Browns lead the Bengals 14-10. The Lions lead the Packers 24-16. The Bears lead the Vikings 14-10. The Redskins, the Washington football team, or whatever the hell their new nickname will be next year, they're going to announce that early next month, it looks like. The Skins on top, shutting out the Giants on the road, actually, 12-0. Jags still on top of the Colts, 16-3. Ravens 10-6 here on top of Pittsburgh. And then Tennessee 21-7, leading the Texans. Still to come, though. The Saints and Falcons, Jets and Bills, 49ers and Rams, Patriots, Dolphins, Seahawks, Cardinals, Panthers, Bucks without Antonio Brown, as they have now since released him after his incident last week around this time, as he ran off the field while they were on offense and did not return. And I believe he's still in New York. He hasn't found his way back to Tampa yet, but Antonio Brown, Steelers got a lot of shit for that when they shouldn't have to begin with, and now I think everybody realizes that, that they weren't the problem. He is, because he's been on 4 different teams in as many years, actually less than that, and yeah, he's a good player, but it's the off-the-field antics that just, dude has something wrong with him. And talk about needing help. AB needs help. So Panthers, Bucks, another one of his former teams, and the Raiders, who he never actually played for. They host the Chargers later on Sunday Night Football in a win and you're in situation for the playoffs. Najee Harris back in the ball game. All right, run it. Let's run the damn football. Najee on a toss for 2 yards. So from the first series until 5.5 to play in the third quarter, it's how long it's been since we've seen double deuce, 22. Right arm injury for Najee, but he's back. Hopefully he's going to be better than ever. Okay, they taped up his elbow rather than wearing the brace. But 3 yards officially. Let's just knock on wood. Hope not turn it over. Ben looking to throw near side. It's incomplete. Intended for Ray McLeod. 3rd and 7. Probably going to throw another damn screen here or go to your tight end. If you want another update, what do we got? Colts, Jags, and then another interception. Jaguars, 1st and 10. The Colts are fucking blowing it. They got under 4 to play in the third quarter. We got under 5 to play in this third quarter. 3rd and 7 for the Steelers. Down 4, 10-6. Najee Harris is back, which is a sigh of relief. That's a good sign. Continue to run the damn football with him, though. Ben looking to throw, pump fakes. He's going to get out on the sack, and they'll punt. Jesus fucking Christ. My God. So 4th down, they'll punt. And Baltimore with a 4-point lead at home. They have momentum. At least Najee's back. And this game's going to go deep into the fourth quarter. It's going to come down to a few plays, honestly. You had a man wide open at midfield, but it was the pressure. And then he goes down on the sack. He didn't have enough time to throw. He had a tight end wide open at midfield for a first down. Oh, my God. Harvin on to punt. And that'll be caught at the 25, and then he's brought down right away. So 1st and 10, Baltimore. From there, up 4, 10-6, with 4:06 to play in the third quarter. As they'll show us a schedule for the playoffs for next week, at least the times and or the networks to broadcast. We'll find out the official playoff schedule later on tonight, following Sunday Night Football, which once again is Chargers-Raiders. Win and you're in. And as long as Pittsburgh comes back and wins this, the Jags hold on to beat the Colts, and then the Chargers-Raiders don't tie, the Steelers are in the playoffs. But Week 18 had 2 games yesterday, a doubleheader on a Saturday. Once again, Chiefs-Broncos and Cowboys-Eagles, with both road teams picking up wins. Chiefs 28-24 winners over the Denver Broncos, who have since fired their head coach, Vic Fangio. And then Dallas 20 unanswered in the second half. Philly scored late, but it was 17-7 before halftime. It was 30-20 early third quarter. 51-26 your final score for the Cowboys. Both those teams, 3 of those 4 teams yesterday, minus the Broncos, already in the playoffs anyway. So, big 1st and 10 run for Baltimore there once again. Latavius Murray, and now we've got an injured Steeler. So we'll see who that is. But they'll take a TV timeout here, it looks like. So we'll get back to the action momentarily. But really the only 2 games I'm interested in right now, of course, is the Steeler-Raven matchup with Pittsburgh down 4 still. Try to come back and win it after a 3-0 lead, and then giving up 10 unanswered, and then kicking field goal once again of their own. But can't settle for field goals, as I mentioned earlier. Eventually you're going to have to punch it in. You know, at least Najee Harris is back, running back. Got to run him. Run 22. It'll open up the pass, keep defense off balance, keep them on their feet. There really haven't been any deep balls by Benaday. They haven't gone to the tight ends enough. Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, Ray McLeod needs to step up once again at wide receiver still. However, rely on the defense once again way too damn much. You're going to have to get off the field, and you know, maybe it's defense touchdown or special teams touchdown. Like I said, that with the turnovers determines the outcome of this game at this point. It's going to come down to a few plays in the fourth quarter. That was Kelly Witherspoon, who was injured. He's going to go into the tent, so hopefully he's okay. He's played well as of late. Not really a whole lot going on today, but at least Cam Sutton stepped up as well. But TJ Watt still a half a sack away from the record. Jesus Christ. Learn how to fucking tackle and stop the run. That's 3 runs down this third quarter with 3:33 to play in the third. Baltimore, another big first down run, up 4, 10-6. You're just putting yourself in a hole. And when you can't get out of it, what do you expect? The Jags actually just scored again. They're up 23-3 now on the Colts. God damn it. Because Baltimore, even with a win, Colts loss, they're going to need the Chargers and Dolphins also to lose. They could still make the damn playoffs. After losing 5 straight, how the hell can you still make the playoffs after losing, 5 straight? But they did enough early, just as the Steelers did last year, though, too. 11-0 and then losing 5 of 6. 8-3, losing 5, potentially of 6 if they win today, and then they get in the playoffs. Maybe the Ravens get bounced in the first round, the wild card round next week. Hopefully not, though, because hopefully they don't fucking make it, and Pittsburgh finds a way to come back and win this game and gets help they need with the Jags winning, and as long as the Chargers and Raiders don't tie, Pittsburgh's in. But got to stop the damn run. God damn it. Murray on the run. Hell, he might end up with over 100 yards rushing at this point. Hell, he's already eclipsed 100 yards rushing. Another update. It's the Jaguar touchdown, 23-3 on top of the Colts. Jesus Christ. And the Colts still have not won in Jacksonville since 2014. Remember, as mentioned last week, Jacksonville, they won week 1 last year against the Colts at home. Then they lost 15 in a row. Lost until they beat the Dolphins across the pond back in October. Beat the Bills. They've lost every other game since then, though, too. Fired Urban Meyer. 3rd and 1 for the Ravens. They give out of the pistol to the fullback and Mark Andrews, it looked like. Or was that Prochet? That was Andrews, the tight end. And he's short, 4th and inches. If I'm Baltimore, knowing John Harbaugh wanting to go for it, especially with the 2-point, they're going to go for it here. If you can get off the field, no points. If I'm Baltimore, though, hell, you got Justin Tucker, kick the damn field goal. Go up 13-6, you have a touchdown lead again. 4th and inches, but if you can, continue to drive and score, go up 17-6, it's even better. But they're going to go for 4th and inches. They sneak it, and the Steeler defense holds. He did not get it. Maybe after an extra push, but no, he did not get that. There's no way. They signal first down right away after not even measuring. What the hell? That's not a first down. He was short, but then an extra push at the end got him past the marker. So it works out in their favor. Under a minute to play in the 3rd quarter. Steeler season might be in jeopardy right here now. Maybe they can call up a guest host if he's willing to move on from where he's at to come be the starting quarterback now next year, but I'll digress on that. So another run, and that should do it for the 3rd quarter. Baltimore is going to have a 2nd down and medium to begin the 4th with a 4-point, 10-6 lead on top of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jesus Christ, man, come on. 15 minutes to play here today, and potentially in the career of number 7, Big Ben Roethlisberger. Steelers trail on the road by 4, 10-6. They had him on the 4th and inches. They gave him the first down, though. You got to force a kick. You can't give him a touchdown. You forced the kick prior to halftime. You got to do it now early 4th quarter. Back down 7 as you were early 3rd. You can't settle for field goals, though. You got to score points. Score touchdowns. 6. Make it 7 points. Okay? Comes down to it, though. Say you are down, if you can force a kick here, 13-9. Or if he misses it, still 10-6. But then, 13-6. Jumping a little too far ahead of myself there. Or even still 10-6 if he misses it, yes. Comes down to it. You have yourself for another 3, 13-9. You still got timeouts and 2 timeouts, or 2-minute warning, excuse me. Yeah, you kick it, go down 13-9, but then you need a touchdown. When a touchdown, first off, could tie it, but then a game-winning field goal could win it for the Ravens. And we've seen that how many times from Justin Tucker. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, no doubt about it. But the Steeler defense, once again, going to have to get that off the field. And if they can, whether that's after giving up a touchdown, field goal, or nothing at all, it's either going to be 17-13 or 10-6. But offense going to have to do something. Offense going to have to do something. So it all starts now. I got 15 minutes to play. Got to put the team on your back and once again find a way. I know it's not simple as that, but you got to find a way. And TJ Watt still needs a half a sack to break the sack record, when he should have already had it. But because of the stat from earlier with that awkward play, he's still half sack short of breaking it. He's tied. But all I care about, and I think all he cares about, I would hope at least, is Pittsburgh winning this game, because Jacksonville is leading the Colts 23-3. Both these teams need Indianapolis to lose. Baltimore needs a little bit more help than the Steelers do. But, I mean, man, come on. Let's get another stop here. Let's walk them to the gallows. Out of the pistol, 2nd and 7. Huntley in the end zone, and it's picked off. Cameron Sutton. Cam Sutton's the difference maker right now. Non-existent the past month. He shows up when they need him to. And another turnover, another interception. You got to capitalize off this. It's in the end zone, so it's a touchback. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 20. You got to go. You got to score a touchdown on this drive. You got to get some fucking points. It's early 4th quarter, so you probably could settle for 3, but you got to take the lead. Because if you can get on top of the lead again, you're playing as good as you are in defense, and, they're iffy on offense, 5 straight, Baltimore's lost, you're sitting pretty with little or no time left. Another turnover, Cameron Sutton. So they do walk Huntley after hunting his ass to the gallows. The hangman comes down, and let's capitalize off this turnover again. Just don't turn it over yourself, because both have happened already today. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 20. Screen out of the backfield, Najee Harris. Good to see him back. 2-yard reception. Now you got to run 22. Just don't turn it over. Work some clock, but not much. But actually, Najee's... Okay, it looked like for secondary he's going to come off the field. He's back in the huddle. Go to your damn tight ends, please. Pat Frydman, Zach Gentry, Kevin Rader. 2nd 8, Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, Rear McLeod. Quiet afternoons as well. Ben still doesn't even have 100 yards passing yet. McLeod in motion. Now run an end around, double reverse. Claypool has a block in Najee Harris, and Claypool has got a 1st down. At least he's been effective in the run game. 2 big end around 1st down runs for 11 today. Another 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. Move the sticks. Let's go. Got to capitalize off this turnover. Got to take the lead. Season's on the line, especially with Jacksonville on top. They just began the 4th quarter as well, but the Jags are on top by 20, so Indy needs 3 touchdowns. Pittsburgh needs 4 points to tie it. Touchdown takes the lead. Win, help, you're in. From the 39 again. There's something with that number 9. I, once again, still don't know what the hell it is or means right now, but Najee Harris on the run, 2-yard loss, tackle for a loss in the backfield. Hat comes off of the official. There's no penalty thrown, but that sometimes indicates that there is a penalty because he wasn't able to get to his flag in a quick enough fashion, enough time. But, nice stiff arm, and then they're right there to, well, he completely missed on the headbutt tackle. So 2nd and 11, no penalty. Just a push out of bounds. Still a late hit by any means, but from the 38, 2nd and 11. Ben out of the gun looking to throw. Right to left across the television screen. Far side, it's caught by Claypool for 10. They'll have a 3rd and 1. 13:07 to play. Down 4, 10-6. Once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to subscribe. Hit that red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it as well. And be sure to tune back in later on night, Sunday Night Football, Chargers, Raiders, especially if the Steelers win, the Jaguars win, defeat the Colts. We'll have live watch-along reactions, Chargers, Raiders, and as long as they don't end in a tie, the Steelers are in the playoffs, and then we'll know the official playoff bracket after Sunday Night Football. 3rd and 1 from the 48. Ben going to be under center. Rock the Naj, run 22. Maybe run a little play action as well. Go to your tight end. They'll run play action. Ben looking to throw. Roll out. Dump it off to him. 1st down. Najee gets a 1st down out past midfield. 45 to the 42. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. Simple. Keep it simple. Balance and consistency. Let's go. Another 1st down. Terrible towels waving. Steeler Nation witnessing Ben's potential final game of his career in the same place it started. Put the team on your back. Come back and win this game. From the 43 officially, 1st and 10. McLeod in motion. And they'll run 22, Najee Harris. And nowhere for him to go. I mean, credit to Baltimore's, front. They've been able to stop the run today, whereas Pittsburgh hasn't been able to stop the Raven rushing attack. Said at the start, starts up front. If they can run the football and stop the run, and I know I've said it a few times since, they'll be all right. But that hasn't been the case because they really haven't been able to run the football, and they haven't been able to stop it whatsoever. But what's new? This has been going on all damn season. Just find a way. Benny Snell back in the ball game at running back. He's to the right of Roethlisberger. Johnson going to motion a little closer in the line of scrimmage. Play clock winding down. They get it off. Ben dumps it back near side. Complete on a screen to Benny Snell. Gets the Steeler first down. Oh, nice big stiff arm. Sit your ass down. And then a few more yak yards for him and a Steeler 1st and 10. Don't tell me there's a penalty. God fucking damn, there's a flag on the play. Don't be telling me he was coming back now either with a hold. Personal foul, face mask on the offense. That was on Joe Haig. They're going to replay the down, so that's not going to count. Jesus Christ. Where is their face mask on that? That's more of a hold than it is a 15-yard penalty. They still threw it. You live with it. You move on. Just took off a big play, no doubt about it. Now they're back at the 43 on the wrong side of the 50. Replaying it down to 2nd and 25. Jesus Christ. And Ben picked off and dropped. Oh, thank God. Whew. Actually showed the King of the North graphic for Ben on Fox. 25 wins versus the Browns. 24 wins versus the Bengals. 16 wins versus the Ravens. 65-21-1 record all time against the AFC North. And 8 division titles as well. But 3rd and 25, going to have to make a play here. That penalty just cost him. Jesus Christ. Now we got a little bit of a delay. They're going to reset the ball. Play clock winding down. I want you to reset the play clock. Reset the play clock, please. Don't tell me the Steelers are going to be charged a timeout. Okay, they reset it. Fresh 25 on the play clock. 3rd and 25 for the Steelers, but Baltimore has 7 defenders back deep. Quick pass, complete to Claypool, and he gets to midfield, but they'll have to punt, 4th down. So the penalty cost them. 2 penalties today have cost the Steelers. There was a false start on 4th and 1 they're going to go for. Whether or not they're going to go for it or not, they still had to settle for 3 when that could have been a touchdown early. And then a face mask on a 1st down, backed them up. They can't convert. Now they got a punt. And they still trail by 4, 10-6 with now under 10 to play. And the Jags still lead. They showed another update of that game, 23-3. They stopped the Colts on a goal line stand. Jacksonville was going to win that game. So the Colts are going to be out. For now. For now they will. But if Pittsburgh wins, and once again, the Chargers-Raiders game does not end in a tie, the Steelers are in. The Ravens win, the Colts lost as well. That helps them. They need the Chargers and Dolphins also to lose and or tie for the Fins. So it's going to be a crazy finish down the stretch here these next 8 hours or so of this final NFL Sunday of the regular season. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. And we'll get back to it here momentarily. They can't capitalize off the turnover. The penalty cost them, and then they have to punt. So drive stalls. And once again, relying on this defense way too damn much. But they have been able to make, for the most part, a lot of stops today. 3 turnovers. Offensively, though, nothing to show for on the flip side of it. But they can't stop the run. And they can't run it themselves. And that's the difference right now. That touchdown early third quarter is coming back to bite them. Because if they don't give up that, or if they even give up a field goal, we're tied at 6, or nothing to show for the Ravens there. Still, the Steelers have a 6-3 lead. So, just, you got to find a way. Got to find a way. I don't care what it's going to take. TJ Watt still needs another sack. Needs some better play from Devin Bush, Joe Schobert, Alex Highsmith, and Robert Spillane as well. Been a while since I've said Cameron Hayward or Chris Wormley's name. Joe Hayden, Minka Fitzpatrick. Okay, them too. But at least Cam Sutton's played well. He has. Which isn't a surprise, but when he hasn't done anything recently, yeah, it is at that point. So, out of the pistol, just get the hell off the field on defense again here. From the 14, Huntley going to hand off Latavius Murray. And another yard on the run, be second down and 9. So, man, just come on now, let's go.
This series, this possession, the Steelers have to effect the stop here. They've got to hold Baltimore down, help their own offense out with better field position to start their next drive. Jacksonville continues to lead Indianapolis 23-3.
Second down and 8 officially. They gave him 2. Well, they're going to give him another 8 on that run because he gets the first down. Latavius Murray, another big run for the Ravens.
As he turns the corner for extra yards.
And another update. What do we got? Titans, Texans. Texans are coming back from down 21-0. Cut it to 3, 21-18 in the fourth. And Millett's now hurt. Pittsburgh is getting banged up. Now, it's the second time he's been hurt today, but yeah, we got a lot going on. There's still a lot to figure out, no doubt about it. But that's why these games are being played. 3rd and 2, and they stop them. Robert Spillane on the tackle with Hayward, Wormley, Schobert. 4th and short. Baltimore's got a punt, you would think. They're not going to go for it here. Yeah, you got to punt. You got to play field position now. You don't want to give them 1st and 10 from the 20. Touchdown takes the lead for him. Robert Spillane, nice big tackle. Yeah. But Pittsburgh offensively, you got to do what you just did on the last drive. No penalties or turnovers, though. Ray McLeod back deep to receive. He says his prayers. Let's hope for a good return. They have not had a punt return for a touchdown in a little over a year. Be nice right now. From the 26 on the return. Ray McLeod out to midfield, so a nice chunk on the gain there. Nice 25-yard return, and Pittsburgh going to have half a field, new set of downs, 3 timeouts, plus 2-minute warning, 8:07 to play, down 4. Touchdown takes the lead and might win it for you at this point. So we're midway through this 4th and final quarter here today, and what looks to be the career of Ben Roethlisberger as well. We'll see if 7 has one more game-winning drive on his belt and put this team on his back and come back and win the game. And then with the Jags going to beat the Colts, it looks like, as long. I know the Steelers and Lions tied almost 2 months ago now. As long as the Chargers and Raiders don't tie, ties are possible. But winning your in situation on Sunday Night Football, as long as they don't tie, the Steelers are in the playoffs. You got to do something on this drive. And it starts up front. Rock the Naj, run 22. Najee Harris, give him the football. Whether that's running, catching out of the backfield. Ben's got to air it out, though, no doubt about it. Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, Ray McLeod. Where are your damn tight ends, though? Fryermuth hasn't had a catch since the first quarter. Zach Gentry. He leads the team in receiving. Him and Deontay Johnson are actually tied for 39 yards apiece. Johnson had a better second half, no doubt about it. Because he was a little shook up there earlier as well with an injury. But Claypool has 2 catches, 17 yards. He has a few big end rounds, though, too. But what do you have up your sleeve that you haven't shown at all this year that now might be a good time to run it? But it all starts up front. You got to be able to run the football here. If you can run the football, open up the pass, keep them off balance, keep them on their feet. Pittsburgh offensively here, as long as you don't turn it over, no stupid penalties either, should be all right. Just punch it in for 6. Can't settle for 3. Got to score touchdowns. So now 1st and 10, Steelers after a good return on the punt from midfield from the 50-yard line. 8:07 to play, down 4, 3 timeouts, and 2-minute warning to come. A win and some help, you're in the playoffs. Let's go. Out of the gun, Ben, high snap, pass complete near side, Chase Claypool for 9. It'll be 2nd and short for the Steelers. Keep it simple. Take what the defense gives you. Don't do anything stupid. Do not turn the ball over. Whatever the hell you do, do not turn the ball over. Got an injury timeout, and we're going to get another update. What do we got? Okay, Bengals, Browns. Yeah, Cleveland just scored again. They're up 21-10. Have that game on right now as well on Fox. But it's a little surprising that game's on Fox, but you know, it's pointless for Cleveland because they're already eliminated. The Bengals already won the division. And with everything else going on right now, like I said earlier, they could be seated anywhere from 2, 3, or 4. They'll get a home wildcard game next week. Cincinnati will. Who Pittsburgh lost to twice, as did the Ravens. But here today, 2nd and 2 to come for the Steelers, down 4, 10-6. Just as Tomlin walks out, talks over with Ben. We'll see what they do. They're either gonna, Pittsburgh this is, do something good for themselves, or they're going to lose the game here shortly and the season's going to be over with. So, 2nd down and 2, Steelers. 7:57 to play. And counting now. From the 42. Won't you run 22? Rock the Naj. Run Najee. Claypool motion. They'll run another end around with him. And he's going to dive for the 1st down, and he gets it. Right there, 1st down marker. Move it. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. New set of downs. Another 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh here. Let's go. From the 40, 1st and 10. When your leading rusher is one of your wide receivers, you've got a problem. 1st and 10 from the 40. Ben out of the gun, fake it. To Najee, they're on a bubble screen, complete to Deontay Johnson. He's going to lose a yard or so in the backfield, 2nd and long. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Damn ball to your tight ends. Go to Pat Fryermuth. Go to Zach Gentry. Go to Kevin Rader. 2nd and 12. 6:46 and counting to play. 10-6 your score. And this game might actually end before Colts-Jags. Play clock winding down. You got to go. Got to go. 3, 2, 1. Timeout. They give them the timeout. Go snap the damn fucking football. Jesus Christ. They're second. They're first. They'll have 2 timeouts remaining with 6:24 rather than 1. Gotta snap the damn football. That's a waste of a timeout. But maybe a sigh of relief because who knows how that play would have went. You know, so maybe if they can get reset here. I mean, man. Just because that timeout might come back to bite you if you have to settle for 3. And then if they go on a few minute drive, you might get the ball back. You might not, though. And even if you do, it's going to be under 2 with no timeouts, needing whatever you're going to need. For the most part, probably a touchdown. Once again, 2nd and 12 from the 40, complete. And that is Pat Fryermuth, the rookie out of Penn State, to the 33. And they'll have a 3rd and about 4 with 6:12 and counting to play. Take what the defense gives you. He's wide open. They're going to go hurry up. Najee to Ben's left. 3rd and 4 from the 34. And Ben gets the snap. Got a flag. They're going to blow it dead. And, oh my God, a false start. Penalties. 3rd and 9. Come on. Just shooting yourselves in the foot. You like putting yourself in a hole and trying to come back, don't you? Just, oh my God. Just 3rd and 9 from the 39. Maybe they can take a deep shot and convert on this. How about that? 3rd and 9 from the 39, and we know what the 9 means. They score and take the lead. Ben, down the middle. It's going to be caught. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh inside the 20. Complete to Ray McLeod. So there's that for you. I don't know how much it's worth, but it's worth a 1st down. I can tell you that much. And over the backer's head, Ben put it up. Hell, he had Deontay Johnson right there, too. Probably better McLeod caught it. DJ might have been off to the races, though, if he would have broke a tackle, but keep the drive alive. 1st and 10 from the 19. Knocking on the door. No turnover, no penalties. Empty set 5 wide. Play clock winding down. Ben pump fakes. Comes back near side. Incomplete. Intended for Fryermuth. Ben says that's on me. As it was almost picked off of the deflection. Incomplete though, 2nd and 10. Come on, Steelers, let's go. Deontay Johnson, top of your screen. Claypool near side. McLeod in the slot. They'll run Najee Harris. A few good blocks up front. He'll get about 4, maybe 5 yards. Be 3rd and medium again. At least they're putting themselves in a little bit better of a situation on 3rd down rather than, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9 as it was earlier. 3rd and 6 ain't much better, but it's a little bit better, so you got to take it for what it's worth. You got to convert there. You got to continue to drive. If you don't get it, you probably kick the field goal. Go down 10-9, because then if you get yourself in another position to drive, get in field goal range to win it, rather than need a touchdown, that'll do it for you. Najee motions out, empty set. Maybe a double pass. No. Ben steps up, it's caught. And then Freiermuth gets the first down inside the 5 of the 4, 1st and goal, Pittsburgh. Pat Freiermuth, Cam Sutton and Pat Freiermuth here this afternoon in the 4th quarter. 1st and goal, Pittsburgh, knocking on the door. You got to punch it in now. You can't settle for 3. You got to score a touchdown. And then you're going to give Baltimore the ball back with, 3 timeouts, maybe the 2-minute warning. Depends on how much time you work off the clock here, needing a field goal to tie it. Play it safe, 1st and goal. Fake the end around to Claypool, late whistle, handoff to Najee. And now we're going to get another false start. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Joe Haig, John Legoo, and now Chuk. A few penalties by the offensive line here this afternoon. So J.C. Hosner and Trey Turner, you're next. Hopefully not, but who steps up? You got a 1st and goal. After a 5-yard penalty, back at the 9. Deontay Johnson in motion. Ben out of the gun. Dumps it off to 18. And McLeod was going to go for a block. Would have been a blind slide. And they probably would have called it, so he laid off. And then, DJ was still able to get a few yards on that. So 2nd and goal from about the 6.5, 7. Yeah, watch that block right there. And McLeod just laid off because the ref was standing right there. Probably a good decision to not block him because he was still able to get a few yards. The penalties have killed him. They have. Jacksonville with another field goal, 26-3 Jags. Steelers 2nd and goal from the 6. Touchdown takes the lead here with 3:06 and counting to play. Play clock winding down. You got to go. Got to go. They get it off. Ben, quick pass. Slant, caught, touchdown Steelers. Chase Claypool. He makes up for celebrating on 1st down when he scores in the final few minutes of the final game of the regular season, with the Steelers needing a win and help to make the playoffs. You kick the extra point, you're up 2, go up 3. Baltimore is going to need a field goal to tie, touchdown to win it with under 3 to play. Yeah, quick pass, but he pump faked real quick, and then he had Claypool still wide open. And hell, if he would have pump faked again, he would have had a man wide open in Zach Gentry. Back corner, far side of the end zone for 6 as well, but he hit Claypool. Claypool's played well today. A few catches, now a touchdown, has a few big end rounds to get the drive going. Continue it at least. Steelers touchdown, extra point up and good, 13-10 Pittsburgh with 2:54 to play. Ben's now 22 of 32 for $178, a touchdown interception. Tyler Huntley, 13 of 21, 110 yards passing, 2 interceptions. Chase Claypool leads the team in rushing, has the go-ahead touchdown, has 3 carries, 33 yards rushing, along with 4 catches, 31 yards receiving in the score. Benny Snell, 12 for 22 on the ground. Najee Harris, only 6 of 8, but he's missed most of the game with an injury. He's since returned, also has 3 catches, 16 yards. Latavius Murray, though, 12 carries, 131 yards rushing. Tyler Huntley also has 9 carries, 47 yards rushing. Devontae Freeman, 5 for 21. Pittsburgh is going to have to stop the run on this Baltimore drive if they're going to want to win. Bending but not breaking. They broke a little bit this second half, but game on the line. TJ Watt needs another half of a sack to break the single-season sack record. You need a spark. He gets that sack. Just get to him. Force pressure. Jacksonville is going to win. If the Steelers win, we're now with a 13-10 lead. Boswell on the kickoff, and as long as the Chargers-Raiders don't tie, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. Devin Duvernay on the return, and decent return. Be 1st and 10. We'll see where they spot it at. But need another defense stop. We'll see if the defense, once again, being relied on way too damn much, but they can win them the game and bring the steel curtain down. And if Pittsburgh gets hot, as they, not necessarily are right now, but watch out come playoff time if they sneak in. I'm telling you. From the 32 officially, 1st and 10. That pass incomplete, batted down. Good to see Akella Witherspoon back out there. He was on the coverage. So 2nd and 10. Cam Hayward knocked it down, it looked like. Should be 2nd and 10. Hell, because you can even get off the field here quick. Run the ball when you need to, when the game's on the line, and work the clock, make them call their timeouts. Ball game. Second and 10 from the 32. Huntley looking to throw. That's going to be caught by Mark Andrews. They get the first down on an 11-yard reception. There's about a 1 second differential between the game clock and play clock, respectively. Okay, we've got another update. This is Titans-Texans. The Titans scored, but then the Texans just scored. Back to a 3-point game, 28-25 before 4 to play. A lot of games come down to the wire. Huntley escapes a sack. And now he's off to the races, first down. Tackle his ass. Schobert and Minka at the tail end do bring him down, but he's now inside Steeler territory. Jesus Christ. And that'll take us a 2-minute warning. Field goal ties it. Touchdown wins it for the Ravens. Remember last year when these two teams met at M&T Bank in Baltimore? Game came down to the final play. Pass was incomplete from Jackson at the line of scrimmage it was incomplete at the goal line, from the line of scrimmage on the pass. And the Steelers hung on to win and continue the undefeated start before they lost 5 of the 6. 2 minutes to play here today, though. 13-10 Steelers. Needing a win and help, which they're getting. As are the Ravens if they'd win this game. But then they need a little bit more help than Pittsburgh does to make the playoffs. So even with Baltimore, if they'd win this, they still might not get in. Pittsburgh holds on to win this. A good chance they're going to get in. Because Jacksonville is going to beat the Colts. And then once again, and I know Steelers-Lions tied. As long as the Chargers and Raiders don't tie, the Steelers are in the playoffs. And then it's a whole new season come playoff time next week. So we'll see what happens. But just don't break on defense. You've bent enough. Don't break. Game's on the line. Need another couple stops. I'd honestly force him to throw because he can tuck it and run. And he's beat you with his legs, as have, Latavius Murray, for the most part, more so just not in the second half. He's ran for $130 in third, fourth quarter alone. They can't stop the run. Force the throw. Big hit. Jar the ball loose. Maybe you force a bad throw, it's picked off. Just, incomplete. Get a turnover maybe. TJ Watt's going to win the sack record, no doubt about it. But a win is, and I feel safe saying I think he knows more. It's better than that. A win means more. Win and help, you're in. That single season sack record for an individual can wait. He has plenty of time to do that in the future. Season's on the line. Win this for Ben. He just put the team on his back, and they drove down the field and scored. Now, just imagine they do a little bit more early, they might have a bigger lead right now. As do the Ravens, because halftime was 3-3. It's been a second half game. It's 13-10 with 2 minutes to play. The Steelers on top. Ravens in field goal range, though, for Justin Tucker. So from the 35, they got a 1st and 10. They'll run it. Actually fake the give. And then a pass incomplete. Edmonds on the coverage and 10 from Mark Andrews. Surprised they didn't throw the penalty on that for a DPI, defense pass interference, but incomplete. Be 2nd down. Yeah, he never turned around, but he did bat down. There really wasn't any contact. He got his hand up, and it's incomplete. The Colts score, 4:26 to play. They're still down 15, though. That's still a two-score game. 26-11. Jacksonville on top of the Colts. 2nd and 10 for the Ravens from the 36. That's caught. And back to Mark Andrews. They get 8. It'll be 3rd and 2. Minute 45 and counting. All they need is a field goal to tie it. You know, because, hell, we might go to overtime. If they do kick it, we're tied. Pittsburgh drives, 2 timeouts, under 2 to play. You know, not anything going. Just don't turn the ball over. You know, we might go to overtime. And I would think, well, a loss or a tie for the Steelers are out. So this game, because it's still a regular season, if it ends in a tie, it ends in a tie. And then that'll piss people off if it does. That, you know, they just need to continue to play, especially week 18. You know, you play to have a winner anyway, regardless of the week. They do stop them on 3rd and 2. It'll be 4th down, and here comes Justin Tucker for the field goal with a minute 13 to play. The Steelers call a timeout, so they'll get the ball back with 1 timeout, over a minute to play, to try to drive and get Chris Boswell field goal range for themselves. Rely on your special teams. You know, field goal potentially wins it for you there. Score a touchdown, even better. But if Tucker misses this, Pittsburgh's going to get the ball back. 1 timeout, minute 13 or so, and then going to try to run the clock out. But Baltimore has 3 timeouts. They're going to call those. That's hypothetically if that would happen, if he'd miss. You know, try to stop the clock as much as they can. They had 4 seconds back on the clock, actually. 1:17 now to play. All Pittsburgh would need was 1st down. Here comes Justin Tucker for a game-tying 46-yard field goal to tie it at 13 with a minute 17 to play. Kicks up, and the kick is good. We're tied again, 13-13 with a minute 13 to play. So the Steelers are going to have 1 timeout and a little less than that, of course, with time going to tick off on the return. About a minute 10, we'll say. They try to drive the length of the field, and all you have to do is get in Chris Boswell field goal range to get game-winning field goal. And then we will get bonus coverage, I would hope, of Colts-Jaguars, because they still got 4.5 to play. That game's slowed down a little bit, where this one's sped up. We'll get an update, and it's going to be the Colt touchdown. It is. And then they go for 2 and got it. So it's 26-11. All right. A lot of good games coming down the wire right now. Whether they're in the playoffs or in the hunt or even already out of the playoffs. Everybody fighting until the end. Like I said earlier, Ben now with a minute 13 and 1 timeout, tied at 13. We're going to get the ball back on offense here. Give us another game-winning drive. Give us something to remember in your final game potentially. But if they make the playoffs, you got a few more games the next month, okay? And like I said earlier too, Tucker on the kickoff, Ray McLeod on to return. It'll be a touchback, so I'm not even going to go there. But yeah, defensive or special teams touchdown, along with the turnovers and penalties, you know, might be the difference, determine the outcome of this game. But 52 career game-winning drives in the 4th quarter, overtime, 6 this season for the Steelers. Roethlisberger in his 18th and potential final season. Most likely, this could be it for number 7, a future Hall of Famer. What else do you have left in the tank? 1 timeout in a minute 13. How about you drive and win Pittsburgh this game and hope Jacksonville wins and Chargers Raiders don't tie? We're in the playoffs. Out of the gun. Ben looking to throw. Just don't turn it over. Whatever the hell you do. Do not turn it over. Frymuth, 11 yards on the reception. 1st down, Pittsburgh. Got to go. You got 1 timeout. You didn't get out of bounds. You got to go under a minute to play. 1st and 10 from the 35. Now we got a whistle, and we're going to have a timeout with 53 seconds. Timeout for an injury again, and it's a Raven. They should be charged a timeout because we're under 2 minutes. Yep. Ravens will have 2 remaining. Yeah, first time out. That's the second time Sean Hawkins has done that. I don't know if he has dyslexia by any means or not, but the officiating to this point, it's been average. They've let him play, though, for the most part. You know? So, Ben, all you have to do, talk about that number 9. Talk about that number 9 all day. And Boswell to win it, you got to get in field goal range, though, for him first. 1st and 10 from the 35. Ben pump fakes. It's a little too low, incomplete. 10 for McLeod. It'll be 2nd and 10 in 52 seconds. All right. Now you probably want to work some clock. Make Baltimore call their timeout if they're going to. Just get a first down, and then you got to go. It's still 1 play at a time here. Mm-hmm. 2nd and 10 from the 35. And Ben, it's going to be caught. Claypool, he gets out of bounds. They'll have a 3rd and 5. Clock stops with 48 seconds. 3rd and 4 officially. They give him 6 on the game. Big 3rd down here for both teams. Because if Baltimore get off the field, they're going to call a timeout, have 1 timeout. Pittsburgh's going to punt. All they need to do is get in Tucker field goal range. Pittsburgh, keep drive alive. You got 1 timeout as well. You got to get in Boswell field goal range to win it. So, from the 41, 3rd down and 4. And Ben, quick pass, it's caught. Fryermuth, and he's going to get the first down. No, they say he's short. You got to take a timeout and take a look at that. That's close. You got to review that. We have not had a review yet today. They say 4th down. I don't know about that. Well, the ball is in his right hand. That's probably why. 4th and 1, 44 seconds. Yeah, if Tomlin's wondering why the clock's not running. Even if he did get out of bounds, clock should be running. He's right. 4th and 1, you got to punt. We're going to be going to overtime unless Tucker kicks the game winner. And now Harvin on the punt. Pin him deep. Make him drive. And a fair catch at the 18. Be 1st and 10 Baltimore, 38 seconds and 2 timeouts. So confusion with the officials. So, yeah, screwing up the game when it's on the line once again. But what's new there? Yeah, all Baltimore needs to do is get in Tucker field goal range now. And back to that number 9 here this afternoon, not knowing, what it's going to mean. And, well, both kickers were number 9. And all Baltimore needs is a field goal to win it. Pittsburgh has 1 timeout. They're not going to call it. It'll be 1st and 10 Ravens from the 18. 38 seconds. TJ Watt still needs a half a sack to break the record. So maybe with the extra time, he'll get it. Maybe he gets it now. Maybe a defensive touchdown for the Steelers. Huntley dumps it off. It's complete to Mark Andrews. Will somebody cover him? Oh, my God. He gets 12 yards, 1st down. Also gets out of bounds. Clock stops with 31 seconds. And they still got 2 timeouts. Jesus Christ. The Jags are going to win. They're up 15 still, 26-11 with 2 minutes to play on the Colts. Both these teams here today, Steelers and Ravens, need the Colts to lose and then some help to make the playoffs. From the 30, 1st and 10. Huntley out of the gun looking to throw. Deep near side. It's caught by Hollywood Brown, then dropped. That's incomplete. That's incomplete. He dropped it with the hit out of bounds. Incomplete. 2nd and 10 from the 30. Minkah Fitzpatrick with a big hit, jarring the ball loose. Boom. Yeah, that's incomplete. He never caught that. He never had 2 feet in bounds anyway either. Would have been incomplete. He had them both in, but then he picked up his right, and by the time he would have controlled it, both feet wouldn't have been in. So whether the ball came out or not, it still would have been incomplete. 2nd and 10 from the 30. Huntley looking for a TJ Watt coming. Nope. And it's incomplete, a little high, intended for Brown down the middle at midfield. 3rd and 10 with 20 seconds. Why not give us a few more heart attacks today, Steelers? Why not go to overtime? How about a defense of sack, a strip sack, TJ Watt gets the record, scoops it up, and scores, runs it in for the game-winning touchdown. How about that? Baltimore can cash Pittsburgh outside. From the 30, 3rd and 10. Outside in the rain. Empty set 5 wide. 20 seconds to play. Huntley deep down the middle. Incomplete. And now they'll have to punt. Intended for Mark Andrews. At least they started to cover him. And yeah, Baltimore's going to have to punt now. With 16 seconds. Remember, they've ran a fake punt already. But would they now? No. No, Pittsburgh still having a timeout in time. How about that punt return? Come on, Ray. Let's go. 4th and 10 from the 30. If you get a good return, got 1 timeout, maybe a play with time, you still getting Boswell field goal range to win it. They bring the house and they don't block it. Oh, shit. And he'll let it bounce. Don't touch it. Do not touch it. All right. 7 seconds, just as it was before halftime. Even with 1 timeout, they'll take a knee. We're going to overtime with the Steelers and Ravens. Tied at 13. We're tied at 3 at halftime. We're tied at 13 here come the end of regulation. Yeah, just take a knee. Don't do anything stupid. Don't turn it over. Whatever you do in overtime, if you win the toss, you want the football. Drive and score. Jaguars win 26-11 over the Colts. So both these teams needed the Colts to lose. That happened. But both of these teams need to still win. We're going to overtime. Nobody wants to win just yet. Ben takes a knee. We're heading to overtime. Okay. If you tie again, along with losing, your season's over. You got to win. Why not go to overtime? Why the hell not? Week 18. First ever Week 18 overtime game in NFL history as well now. We're tied at 13 with the Steelers and Ravens. And the Steelers, I might add, have already tied somebody this year, and it was the Lions almost 2 months ago. You win the toss. You want the football. Ben's coming out for the coin toss by himself. And since they're the visitors, heads you win, tails you lose. We're going to overtime. 10-minute period. Yep. If you tie, unfortunately. But if Pittsburgh wins the toss, you want the football. Yeah, 2 timeouts, replays from above. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the same coin from earlier. Heads, says Roethlisberger. Tail, Baltimore's getting the football. So if they score, they win. They kick a field goal, Pittsburgh has a chance. Defense, once again, going to have to get the hell off the field. Come on. If the Ravens score a touchdown, they win. Kick a field goal, or nothing at all, the Steelers get a chance. It was 10 years ago, I believe yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. First play overtime with the new NFL overtime rules that have still stood to this time. Tim Tebow in the playoffs. Playoffs? You talking playoffs? Kidding me? Playoffs? Found the late Demaryius Thomas on a 80-yard passing touchdown for the win. Hopefully that doesn't happen today with Tyler Huntley finding whoever. Whether it be Mark Andrews, Hollywood Brown, whoever, you know. Force a field goal if you can, but zero's better, okay? Get the hell off the field. Because, well, if Baltimore scores touchdown, game's over. If they kick a field goal, you have a chance. Field goal ties it, you play on. Touchdown, though, then you win. So, the Jaguars beat the Colts. Steelers kick off to start overtime on the return from the 5. And they're going to bring them down at the 24. Be 1st and 10 Ravens from there. How about you get a turnover? The Titans win, so they're the number 1 seed in the AFC. They've clinched. Kansas City's going to be 2. Cincinnati, they lost at Cleveland. They'll be 3, it looks like, and then whoever wins the AFC East, Bills, Patriots, with the Jets and Dolphins, those games still kick off here shortly. They'll be 4, and then your wild cards 5, 6, and 7 with whoever gets in and then whoever's left out. The Lions beat the Packers 37-30. We're going to update everything once we hit a final score here, but 1st and 10 from the 24 at the start of overtime with the Steelers and Ravens. Both needing to win to stay alive in playoff hunt. Handoff Latavius Murray. You got to stop the run. 11 yards for him to the 36. Jesus Christ. 1st and 10. Back to the run, which they can't do, and they can't stop it. My God. Come on now. Touchdown for the Ravens wins. Field goal. Pittsburgh has a chance. Nothing. Pittsburgh has a chance. Defensive touchdown right now wins the game for the Steelers. And another handoff, Latavius Murray. He'll get 3 yards, be 2nd down and 7. Come on now, let's go. Be 2nd down and 7. TJ Watt still needs that half a sack to break the record. He's getting overtime to do it. Be 2nd and 6 officially after 4-yard pickup. Who's going to step up, though? Who's going to make a play? 2nd and 6. And Huntley on a 3-yard run. Be 3rd and short. 8.5 to play. Just hope to God this game doesn't end in a tie because it doesn't do either team favor. Loss or a tie eliminates both these teams. Third and 2. 3rd and 2. If they can get off the field, next score is going to win the game. If they can get off the field, next score wins the game, whether that's a field goal by the Steelers or a touchdown by the Steelers. From the 42. 3rd and 2. Huntley in the gun. They'll run it. And they get the 1st down on a 3-yard run. New set of downs, 1st and 10. Almost 3 minutes into overtime. Come on, D. Let's go. Yeah, Ben might not even get the ball here in overtime. His last thing he did in the league would call the coin toss, and he lost it. From the 46, 1st and 10 for Baltimore, out of the pistol. And they'll hand it off again, another run for Murray, and then Cam Hayward on the tackle. 1-yard gain, 2nd and 9. Come on, let's go. Cam Hayward, of course, up for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. He's going to come off for this play. Be 2nd and 9 for the Ravens from the 47. Empty set. Huntley looking to throw. And it's batted down, incomplete, almost picked off by Weatherspoon. Knocked down with his right hand. Okay. Play, live another down. Surprised there's no penalty on that either. 3rd and 9, though, after the incompletion by the Ravens. Yeah, he could have picked that off. Ooh, that was close. Come on. Let's get off the field. Baltimore, 3.5 minute drive here, 6:35 to play in overtime. Huntley looking to throw. TJ Watt gets to him, and behind Andrews, almost picked off again by Edmonds. Incomplete, 4th down, and Baltimore's going to have to punt. So Pittsburgh getting it back. First time this overtime, though. 2 timeouts, 6.5 to play. Next score wins the game. Whether that's a field goal or a touchdown, next score wins the game. And the Steelers need to win. They got help from the Jags. They beat the Colts. If the Steelers win with the Jaguar help, as long as, once again, the Chargers, Raiders don't tie down on Sunday Night Football, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. From the 46 on the punt. 4th down and 9 after back-to-back incompletions, almost back-to-back interceptions. Ray McLeod on the return, going to signal for fair catch at 16. Don't muff it. He doesn't. They'll 1st and 10 from there. 6:24 and 2 timeouts, tie at 13 in overtime. Next score wins the game. Whatever you do, do not turn the ball over. No turnovers, no stupid penalties. Run the football. Rock the Naj, run 22. Open up the pass. Johnson, Claypool, McLeod, even your tight ends. Frymuth, ever since they started going to him again, hey, remember, he can catch the football. He's getting paid to do that, as is everyone else plays wide out or wide receiver in the league. Even running back, catch out of the backfield. Get the ball to your playmakers in space. But it starts up front. Get a little block to run, open up the pass, don't turn it over, no stupid penalties. Next score wins this game in overtime. We're tied at 13. 1st and 10 for the Steelers from the 17. A little dump off, a little high, but Najee just snags it out of midair and gets a big Steeler 1st down on an 11-yard reception. That should have been incomplete. That should have been picked off. And the next score still wins the game. They can kick it with Tucker 1 play later in the ball game. Left hand snag, yeah, thank you. From the 28 after an 11-yard gain, 1st down and 10. New set downs, 1st and 10 for the Steelers. Tied at 13 here in overtime against the Ravens. And Ben on a draw, handoff Najee Harris to the 31. He goes for 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Got a whistle, and we're going to have a timeout. And another injured player, another injury timeout. There's Justin Houston. He signed with the Ravens instead of the Steelers recently. They signed Melvin Ingram, and then he thought he was being held hostage, so they traded him to the Chiefs, and he's been playing well recently. And once we hit a final, we're going to update stats and scores, take a look at the playoff picture, but be sure to tune back in later on night for Sunday Night Football Live watch-along action as well for the final regular season game of the year before the playoffs begin next week. 2nd down and 7 from 31. Roethlisberger out of the gun. Pass near side, a little underthrown, incomplete. Short hopped it. 10 for Claypool. 3rd and 7. 5:18 to play. Got to get a 1st down. Next score wins this game for either team. Got to get a 1st down. All he needs is a Chris Boswell field goal. Touchdown would be nice, but next score wins the game. All he needs is a Boswell field goal. From the 31, 3rd down and 7. Johnson in motion. And Ben gets a snap. Steps up. And it's going to be caught. Pat Frymuth, what a catch. He was being held. That should have been a flag. No call, but he still caught and got the 1st down. And the drive stays alive, so, yeah. Pat Frymuth. Big 1st down. Nice big catch by him. And then the defender tripped himself trying to tackle him, and then a few steps later he's pushed out. But 1st and 10 Steelers. Boswell is getting ready on the sideline. Get back to the run game. Rock the Naj and run 22. Run 22 power. Let's go. 1st and 10 from the 45. Got all day. Got 12 seconds on the play clock. Just don't turn it over. Quick pass complete. Zach Gentry. He'll get about 1.5 yards, maybe 2, depending on the spot. 2nd and 8. You got time. You still got 2 timeouts. 4.5 to play in overtime. 2-minute warning to come, but just don't lose or tie this game because that eliminates you. You got to win. All you have to do is get in field goal range. Next score wins this game, okay? Because Baltimore's already had the football. And they had to punt. Next score wins. It'll be 2nd down and 8. Motion man is McLeod. They hand off Najee. He gets brought down right away. It'll be 3rd and 8. Another 3rd down for the Steelers. Under 4 to play. Jesus Christ. Does either of these teams want to win the game? It'll be 3rd and 9 officially. I'll give them a loss of 1 yard on that for some reason. When he was tackled at the line of scrimmage, so I don't know how that worked out, but all right. 3rd and 9 for the Steelers. Ben out of the gun, Najee to his left, and they got trips near side. It was the first time all afternoon they've had trips near side. Ben looking to throw. Quick pass, it's caught. Deontay Johnson, he's going to get another Steeler 1st down and also get the hell out of bounds with 3:23 to play. And they still got 2 timeouts. Getting heated. A little bit of a scuffle there, some pushing and shoving on the Steelers sideline. Another simple in and out route. Get the defense off you. Jimmy Smith, the defender, number 22. He bit. You run back out. Ben hit him. Another 1st down. And they get out of bounds, so the clock's going to stop. And need a few more yards for Boswell to kick a game winner here in overtime, which he's already done this year. It was back before Halloween. The last time they won on the road was Halloween, but 2 weeks before then, coming off the bye week in between. Remember, Sunday Night Football, they beat the Seahawks in overtime on a game-winning Chris Boswell field goal. Well, the week after, they last one on the road, Monday Night Football at home against Chicago Bears. Chris Boswell, another game-winning field goal. They got a 2nd and 8 from the 42. Come on, Ben. Let's go. Out of the gun from the 42. 2nd and 8, and Johnson's in motion again. Don't do anything stupid. He pump fakes down the middle, has a man at the 25. It's caught. They're going to say incomplete. Intended for Ray McLeod. Got to see a replay of it. Let's see a replay of it. They say incomplete, 3rd down. Yeah, that's right, call. That's incomplete. Okay. 3rd down for Pittsburgh. Be 3rd and 8. 2:31 to play. What? They're not going to switch us to the 4 o'clock game that is pointless, are they? They better not. Okay, now we're going to have a timeout by the Steelers. 3rd and 8. So, Steelers, Ravens, and Bengals, Browns at 1 o'clock on CBS and Fox. Now coming up next, they'll stick with it here. They won't take us anywhere until we end. They'll run us into Jets, Bills on CBS once we wrap up, though. But then 49ers, Rams to kick off coming up here shortly. For myself, my area here at 4 o'clock, now 4:30 on Fox. As we got 2:32 to play in overtime. 3rd and 8 for the Steelers. You don't get a 1st down, just getting 4th and inches. You know, it's going to be right there on the cusp of Boswell field goal range. And I would think you'd still kick it. You know, it'd be a 50-plus yard field goal. It looks like rain's been coming down all afternoon, but we're tied at 13. Next score wins this game. From the 42 again, 3rd down and 8 for the Steelers. Ravens bring 4 on the pressure. Ben, it'll be caught and dropped. Oh, God, Deontay Johnson back to being brick hands, I see, incomplete. 4th and 8, 2:28. Oh, this is tough. You're not going to kick it, but do you go for it? Because if you don't go for it, Tomlin's putting it in Ben's hands. They're going to go for it. I mean, you sort of have to, because if you punt with the season on the line, you might not get the ball back. And whether they win it or we tie, you lose or tie, the season's over. You need to win to make the playoffs. Ravens going to call a timeout. Steelers going to call their second timeout. Baltimore going to have 2 remaining. So Pittsburgh's out of timeouts, 2:28 to play. But 4th and 8, yeah, both teams eliminated from postseason with a tie. And it would be the second tie for the Steelers this year. So 8-7-2 in the first ever 18-week 17 regular season game season. But if that happens, which who would have thought that, but that's still not a losing record. That's above 500 last I checked. They're going to stay out on the field on offense and still go for it here on 4th and 8 after the timeout. I mean, because if you don't get it, they drive and score on you, win. Okay, you're going to just hope they don't make the playoffs. But at this rate, I mean, yeah, you sort of got to go for it. Because like I said, if you don't, and you punt, you might not get the ball back with 2:28 to play. Because that's the overtime rule. Stupid. You should play till you have a winner, not tie. But this might be the final play in Big Ben's career right here. 4th and 8. Looking to throw. It's going to be caught, and then it's a first down to the 30. Wow, what a catch. Ray McLeod. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning unless Baltimore calls one of their 2 timeouts. What a catch. Caught it, bobbled it, and then just backed up and got the first down. Moved the sticks, and that's a Pittsburgh Steeler first down. Clutch. So they're going to reset the clock with 2:18. You don't want to get a few more yards for Boswell? Get as close as you can. Ravens call a timeout. Run it. Just don't cough it up. Don't fumble the football. Do not turn it over. You're in Boswell field goal range now. That was a crucial 4th down conversion. They convert. Balls to the wall. Let's pedal the metal now and win this sucker. And Boswell's, remember, 2 for 2 on field goals today. So 3rd time's a charm for the win. Hell yeah, let's go. And that back to that number 9. Been talking about it all afternoon, not knowing really what it would mean, but 1st and 10, Ben under center after a 4th down conversion from the 31. Don't turn it over. Najee Harris on the run. No gain. Baltimore can call another timeout. They will with 2:13, so Pittsburgh's going to have to snap it once more. They'll take a 2-minute warning, probably 3rd down, maybe 4th down. Kick it. They make it. The Steelers win. If not, Baltimore's going to have under 2, no timeouts, try to drive and score. And next score still wins the game in that regard, too, with a field goal from Tucker or even a touchdown. So, just, man. What a season to this point. What a game today. This might be remembered for Ben as the drive, to get him into the playoffs. And with momentum into the playoffs. Not saying they're hot, but it's a whole new season. They're going to run it again. Najee Harris, that's why they play the games. He's going to break a tackle, and he's going to get a Steeler first down. And with 2:06, does he get out of bounds? Clock's going to stop for now. They might roll it, though. Take us a 2-minute warning anyway. I mean, hey, you might as well continue to run it, work the clock, and if it comes down to it, just make sure you get the hell out of bounds. Kick it with no time. If you can score a touchdown, even better. Najee, 2 weeks in a row with 2 big first down runs. The last one was for a touchdown. Yeah, 1st and 10. Clock stop at 2:06. And Tomlin just took his jacket off. Rain's still coming down. They're going to take a knee and take this to the 2-minute warning and then kick it on second down with 2 minutes to play. Neither team has any timeout, so last time the clock's going to stop unless they get out of bounds. 2 minutes to play in overtime, tied at 13. And it looks like when we come back, Chris Boswell will kick a game-winning field goal to give the Steelers. He's going to attempt at least. Whether it's good or no good, we'll see. To give the Steelers the win. They got some help earlier from the Jags, so thank you. And thank you to Ben Roethlisberger once again. And if the Chargers-Raiders don't tie tonight, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. What a game. We still got 2 minutes to play, but Pittsburgh's going to kick a field goal here, it looks like. We're underway with the 49ers-Rams. San Francisco's in with a win. The Saints lose, they're still in. The Rams and Cardinals, though, are fighting for the West. So the NFC West might get 3 teams in. They're at least going to get 2 in. But if the Saints win and the 49ers lose, New Orleans isn't in the playoff. So, and then it's just going to depend on, the seeding and who's playing who next week. But then, coming up next for myself, it'll be Jets-Bills on CBS. And then we're going to update stats and scores, take a look around the rest of the league as well, and so on and so forth. And hopefully Pittsburgh's playing next week. Here comes Boswell for the field goal. A game-winning field goal in overtime from Chris Boswell. This officially going to be from officially 36 yards out for the win. And the kick's up, and the kick's good, and the Steelers win it 16-13 in overtime. They eliminate the Ravens from the playoffs. They got help from the Jaguars earlier. They're still alive as long as the Chargers and Raiders don't tie tonight. The black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers in the playoffs next week. And Ben's right now got at least one more game. Just as long as Sunday Night Football doesn't end in a tie. If not, he's going to go out a winner with a 16-13 overtime win on the road in the same place, the same stadium, against the same team he started his career against 18 years ago on September the 19th, 2004, in a 30-13 loss against the Ravens. Number 9, Chris Boswell. Now we know what 9 means. The Steelers win at 16-13. They will finish for the time being at 9-7-1. But as long as Chargers-Raiders don't tie tonight, they're in. They're going to be as a wild card. Whether that's a 6 or 7 seed, we'll see. Maybe hell even the 5, depending on what happens here at 4 o'clock. Because remember, back week 1, they beat the Bills, so they have a head-to-head. So root for New England to win the division. Root for the Patriots to win the East. Because then they could get a 5-4 matchup, and potentially, depending on what happens in the playoffs, Ben might get another home game if they, continue to win out. Still a lot to figure out, no doubt about it. That's why they play the games. What a game. What a fucking season. 9-7-1. He's going to go down and out with a win and never having a losing season as a starting quarterback. And for the time being, it starts and finishes, comes full circle from where it started and where it ended against the Ravens. Except they make up with the loss before. They win it today. Baltimore's going to finish the season on a 6-game losing streak and finish below 500, 8-9. So we'll see what happens with John Harbaugh. Potentially might be on the hot seat, but Black Monday's tomorrow for the coaches, so we'll see who gets canned and who still has a job. But Pittsburgh sweeps the Ravens. Both games came down to the final play. 2019 win last month, 16-13 in overtime. Here today, the Steelers win on the road for the first time since Halloween. They found a way. They found a way. And that's all that matters. A win's a win in the end. Man, what a game. What a season. And they're still alive, just as long as the Chargers-Raiders don't tie. Hell, we almost tied here today. Steelers already tied the Lions earlier this year. as long as that game does not end in a tie, because they got help from the Jacksonville Jaguars. So shout out to the Cons, shout out to all of Jacksonville, Duval County, the Jags, AEW. Pittsburgh's all in right now, and they win again. I mean, I really don't know what to say. I don't. Just a win's a win, and you take it. 16-13, your final score. And like I said, now we know what that number 9 meant all afternoon, because early it was, they, were either starting from the 29 or the 39-yard line. And, of course, Najee Harris went down with an injury, returned. And, they'd be set up with, 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 9s. They, didn't have, good starts, even though it was a little bit better as of late, compared to recently in the past few weeks. And then, they get Najee back. They sort of find a running game. They convert a few big 3rd and 4th downs, and, the drive stays alive. And, like I said, for Ben, give us something to remember in your final game. He just drove the team in overtime, the length of the field, and got in Boswell field goal range. And you rely on your special teams. You rely on your kicker. From Jeff Reed to Sean Sweezum to Chris Boswell. The Steelers once again win with Ben Roethlisberger starting at quarterback for him. Officially, his 165th career regular season win, 178 total, including the playoffs and his 2 Super Bowl wins. First ballot Hall of Famer, no doubt. And if not, yeah, that's an argument for another day. TJ Watt's going to tie the regular season sack record because of a wacky play early that I don't think they count as a stack, because that's why I said what I said earlier. Okay, we're going to jump ahead to Jets-Bills. So both these games now going to be on mute. Buffalo up on the Jets 7-0. The Rams just kicked a field goal. They lead the Niners 3-0. So doubleheader here at 4 o'clock. We're going to update some stats and scores, take a look around the rest of the league. Hopefully we tune back in later on tonight as well for Sunday Night Football with some live watch-along reactions there with the Chargers and Raiders. As long as they don't tie, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. And what I'm thinking as of now, really, I'll probably start that stream late second quarter, early third quarter, catch the second half, and then we'll talk about the Steelers. We'll talk about the NFL. We'll talk about those 2 teams, of course. We'll talk about the playoffs to come. So, man, just what a game! What a game! Tons of excitement. They found a way, and that's all you can ask for, because as Ben even said, on his legacy, what he wants it to be. He wants people to know that he gave it his all and gave it everything he had, left it all out in the field. And no doubt about it today, did he do that. And honestly, like I said, you can't ask for much else. So they found a way today. They won. But thank you to Ben. What a career. He's going to go out a winner. If they don't make the playoffs, because who knows how that game's going to play out tonight. They could screw the Steelers over, because if they do tie, they're both in, and the Steelers aren't. Because the Steelers are the lone team now still on the outside looking in. That's why Sunday Night Football is going to be a big game tonight. And it's a win-and-you're-in situation for the Chargers and Raiders. And I would think both teams, because they're not going to want to see each other again, they're going to go out and try to win the game. But it might turn into, low-scoring defensive showdown. Even with as high-powered as the offenses are, hey, get together and we can both get in, we can help each other out, and then we can take care of business later. we probably won't meet because we'll be wild cards, but, we might meet later, and, we'll settle that then, and we'll keep this team out. Two teams the Steelers already lost to, so, that's why I said earlier, take care of business, rest sort itself out. Well, they didn't beat the Raiders and they didn't beat the Chargers, so now they got to watch Sunday Night Football and hope they don't tie, because if they tie, they're still out even with the win today, and the help from the Jaguars defeating the Colts. The Colts are done with. The Colts season is over with the loss today. What a downhill stumble for them since right before Christmas. Big win over the Pats, and then, they don't win their division. The Titans do. They get the number 1 seed as well. So the AFC is going through Music City, USA, Nashville, Tennessee. Kansas City's your 2. Cincinnati is going to be your 3. And then whoever wins the East between the Bills and Patriots, both those games on right now, Jets, Bills, and the Patriots, Dolphins. If Buffalo wins, they win the division. If the Patriots lose and they still lose, they win the division. But if the Bills lose and the Patriots win, New England, so I said root for the Pats, because then they'd be your 4. Pittsburgh would have to go to New England next week, but they'd be the 5 seed, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, because of the head-to-head win against the Buffalo Bills week 1, but at the same time, probably not, because winning you're in, they'd either be 6 or 7 in that regard. For the most part, 7. So, they're still, as mentioned last week, if they get into the playoffs, going to have to go on the road, which they've done before and won Super Bowl at the end of it anyway. Go on the road and win the playoffs that way, be the 7 seed, because they still lost to both the Raiders and Chargers. So whoever wins that, so Pittsburgh's going to be in as a 7 seed if they make it. Just hope the Chargers and Raiders don't tie tonight, because if they tie, Pittsburgh is done, and Ben's career is over with, it seems like. But hell, as I've stated numerous times before, and I'm going to say it once again right now, I still feel he could play another 1 to 2 more years if he'd want to, if they'd have a more balanced, consistent offense with the running game, playing as good defense as they are. Really, other than a few 2 quarterbacks, you could go out and sign or even trade for. There's nobody really worthy in the draft. I'm not even going to go there right now. We're going to celebrate this win. We'll talk about all that at another time, potentially, later on tonight, depending on the outcome of Sunday Night Football. And then, of course, if they get in the playoffs, win, keep dancing, lose, your season's over with. Talk about it then. But Pittsburgh's won 2 in a row and 3 of the last 4 now, since before Christmas. And teams in the playoffs, they beat the Titans, who are the number 1 seed. Yeah, they lost to the Chiefs, got swept by the Bengals, but they just swept the Browns and swept the Ravens as well. They beat the Bills. They didn't play the Patriots this year. But then they, of course, lost to the Raiders and Chargers, though, too. But, what a way for Ben to go out here today with the win if they don't make the playoffs. Along with, if they do make the playoffs, they keep winning for him. Play for Ben, win for Ben, continue to climb that stairway to 7. And then number 7 goes out a winner, maybe on Sunday night, February the 13th, 2022, from the same stadium in Inglewood, California, Southern California, home of the Chargers and Rams. The same place they had that game the Sunday before Thanksgiving, Sunday night before Thanksgiving, had one, and they lost it. What a way, regardless. Win today, don't make the playoffs, win, continue to win or lose in the playoffs, for Ben to go out, no doubt, the city, all Steeler fans owe him the world. Thank you once again, but they're still in it. They're still alive. They still have a pulse, as he likes to say. They're still there. They're still breathing. They're still ticking. You got 60 minutes of football tonight to watch to see what happens. And then at least one more game next week. and maybe another, after that, and, well, why don't you give me another 2 weeks from then? Season's not over just yet. Season is not over just yet. Yeah, so there's still one spot to be filled in the AFC. Whether that includes the Steelers or not, we'll see. Because if not, it's going to be both the Chargers and Raiders who play tonight. So really 2 spots for the wild card, and then just one in the NFC. And it involves the 49ers and Saints, who are both in action right now. But, I mean, just, what a game. What a win. What a way to come back and win. Another game they had won early. And then they almost blew it. And then they found a way to take the lead there late. And it was a passing touchdown from Roethlisberger to Claypool. Of course, Tucker ties it up. We go to overtime. They lose the toss. And lucky enough, the Ravens punt. So next score wins the game. And that was Pittsburgh's score, and they won the game. Game-winning field goal from Chris Boswell. From, what was the distance on that again? 46 yards. I believe so. If I'm mistaken. He was 3 for 3 on the afternoon, though, on field goal attempts. So they don't have him. You know, there's 9 points for you there. You know, we're not even talking about this. You know, they lose by 6 at 13-7 if everything else goes the way it did. But they win. You know, win's a win. 16-13, your final score once again for the Steelers, defeating the Ravens in overtime. So, man, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Just, they found a way, and what a way, you know, to potentially close the chapter on the season and on the career, Ben, if they make it or don't make it into the playoffs. That Sunday Night Football game is going to be good. And like I said, now, because I'm a little behind myself right now, I, social media-wise, didn't even post today's question of the day or post yet, which I still have time because it's for the Sunday night game. Because that's arguably the biggest game of the day. That's why it's being played in prime time, and, you know, it's a win and you're in situation. But then the post as well, I didn't get around to it this morning. And I'll do that, you know, here shortly. So keep an eye on that. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. But, yeah, plan is now, I guess, just to tune in and watch and stream, of course, Sunday Night Football game 272, not 256, of course, with the extra 16 games for the expanded regular season here, biggest season ever in NFL history, 18 weeks, 17 regular season games, to start at halftime. Right as halftime hits, start the stream, and we'll see, of course, how the first half goes. You know, we might have a good one down to the finish. Of course, that's a Monday night rematch with the Chargers and Raiders. Hopefully there's no weather delay from the start until they actually do kick off an hour or so later. Yeah, Pittsburgh, really, I mean, as Pittsburgh lost to both teams, I could care less who wins, just don't tie. If I'd have to pick somebody, though, to win, I'd go with the Silver and Black Raiders. I would. I'd take the Raiders to win at home against the Chargers. And then both home teams will win in prime time against one another this year. Just hopefully, like I said, there's no weather delay. But there shouldn't be, because once again, they're playing inside of the dome. But last time they met in prime time, it was inside of the dome and in prime time, and there was weather delay. So I'll digress. But it still made no sense. It still doesn't. But yeah, really, as long as they don't tie, Steelers are in. And then, you know, it's on to whoever they play in the wild card round. They're going to have to go on the road, though, it looks like, the entire length of the playoff. And, I mean, at least they showed today that they can win once they get on the road, because it's been a while. They hadn't won on the road until today, of course, since Halloween. And they've only won 3 games on the road this year. It was in Buffalo, it was in Cleveland, and then it was in Baltimore today. So take that, BBC, for what it's worth. But, yeah, just Chris Boswell, he came up clutch. Ben came up clutch, though. The drive. That's what I'm calling it, and I think that's what it's going to be remembered as. You know, to get them to win the game and then into the playoffs potentially, you know, and then we'll see what happens. For now, they still have a chance. They still have a pulse. Team win, no doubt about it. Game was won in all 3 phases. Offense, defense, and special teams. Would have liked to have TJ Watt at the sack record. But as mentioned, I'm sure all he cares about right now is, of course, the win as well. You know, turnovers, they made a difference. They sort of were the outcome because, I mean, that game-winning field goal, if they don't have the field goal early, remember, capitalizing off the fumble to begin the game, you know, that field goal was probably not even to tie it, because they're probably not even in overtime. The field goal by Tucker wins it. They don't go to overtime. You know, they lose in regulation. They need a touchdown then, you know, but regardless of how this game played out, the Steelers still found a way to win, and that's all that matters. A win's a win, because all anybody ever remembers is whether you won or lost, and the Steelers won and the Ravens lost. Baltimore's bounced from the playoffs. 6-game losing streak to close the season. We'll see how Lamar Jackson is into next year. I'm sure that's going to be the off-season talk with him. You know, along with, if Ben does retire, which he probably will, you know, he's stated this could be it, most likely, to retire. Win, lose, or tie. It's just as long as they didn't tie, which they didn't, because if they would have tied, both teams would have been eliminated from playoff contention. They won. Steelers 16-13 once again. Your final score, and it ends for Roethlisberger for the time being. Still got at least one more game, it looks like, next week. And as the 7 seed, they'd have to go to Kansas City, who's the 2. They just lost there the day after Christmas. As the 6 seed, they'd have to go to Cincinnati, who swept them this year. And then as the 5, they'd either be going to Buffalo or New England, which they went to Buffalo and won week 1, but they didn't play New England. But that was then, and this is going to be now. And it's going to be a whole new game. It's going to be a whole new game. It's a whole new season come playoff football in the NFL, no doubt about it. I'd put my money on the Steelers. They're playing good right now. They are. They're finding ways to win. If only their running game, you know, could be a little bit better. Because all season long, it has been too close, you know, for comfort, no doubt about it, for both Penn State and the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know, just imagine if both, but especially right now, the Steelers, had a more balanced and consistent running game. Or in the losses, if, you know, one thing that didn't go their way, went their way, but unfortunately, no, but here we are, here we sit, and they still have a chance, they still have a pulse. So, that aside, they still won, and they're still in it. They won, they got help from the Jags, and now they just need to make sure the Chargers and Raiders don't tie. If they don't tie, if the Chargers win, the Raiders win. As long as there's a winner and loser night on Sunday Night Football, with the Steelers win and the Jags win over the Colts, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. As it is most likely, Ben Roethlisberger's final season, but for the time being, he's got what looks like one more game. We'll update some stats and scores. Of course, they probably could have done a little bit better job of blocking up front. You know, it was a yard, 2, maybe 3 here and there. Once Najee came back in, there was no more Benny Snell and Kim Blush. They need a number 2 running back behind Najee if something like this would happen again. And whether that's go out and sign somebody or draft somebody, we know, they're not helping much. So, make sure that doesn't happen again, of course. But you still play with who you have from now until the end of the right here. The standard is standard. They rely on the defense too much, but defense just won the game. So, just imagine, once again, if they have a more balanced rushing attack and they're able to capitalize a little bit more off those turnovers, Too grateful sometimes, for who they are and where they sit at. And even, both teams tied at 3 at halftime. Yeah, it was a second half game. I don't know if they found out the Jags were on top, and then if the Jags, won, that 4th and 8, you probably still go for it, whether or not Tomlin was told that, hey, Jacksonville just won. And they know the Jags needed to beat the Colts. And a few big conversions on 3rd and 4th down late in the game for the Steelers. Ben put the team on his back, and that was the drive, and he went and won the game. Got Boswell in field goal range and kicked another game winner. 7th game-winning drive for the Steelers here this year with Roethlisberger under center. Of course, he only missed 1 game, and it was the tie against the Lions. Remember, the night prior, they put him on COVID. But I'd said, and I still feel, it was just to get him some rest, because ever since then, look at the stretch until now. It was a tough schedule from then until now at the end of the regular season. Here we are. So come full circle with that now, too. They're going to finish the regular season at 9-7-1. And what probably should be 10-7, but it also could be 9-8. Still not a losing season. They finished above 500 and still have not had a losing season since 2003. So Ben's going to go down and retire without a losing season as a starting quarterback. And you can't count the year he only played in a few games because he got hurt, and then hell, even that year they still finished at 8-8. So that doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, just no doubt about it. There's been a lot of emotion the past week. Sort of lost my voice there towards the tail end since we got it back, which is good. Last week was tough, though, very emotional. There were a few emotional parts today. Might even be worse if they don't make the playoffs now. It might even be worse than that if they lose in the playoffs. But, I mean, you got to be grateful for that, though, too. You got to be happy that, with Roethlisberger at quarterback, he put him in position to win game after game and gave it his all. Everything he had, left it all on the field. And like I said, honestly, you can't ask for much else. Because, like I said, it could have been a hell of a lot worse these past 18 years. I just don't want them, at the end of the day, with whoever's playing quarterback next year and into the future, for the Steelers to go through another, quarterback situation from Terry Bradshaw to Ben Roethlisberger, when you're going to have a chance to do better. No Mark Malone, no Bubby Brister, no Neil O'Donnell, no Mike Tomczak, not even Slash Cordell Stewart or the Tommy Gunn himself, Tommy Maddox, who Ben stepped in for because of an injury 18 years ago. December the 19th, 2004, in Ben's first game in the NFL. It was week 2. It was on the road, M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, Maryland, against the Baltimore Ravens. Ben threw for 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in that game. Today, he threw for 1 touchdown and 1 interception. They lost that one, but they won this one. Finished 30 of 44 for 244 yards passing, a touchdown, and an interception. They lost them, but they won now. The rest ever since then has been history, though. But yeah, no doubt those quarterbacks in between, they won games, but not as many, as the 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks that donned the black and gold and won 6 Super Bowls with Terry Bradshaw and Ben Roethlisberger. But we're not even going to get into that quarterback situation right now. Maybe a little bit later on tonight if they don't make the playoffs. We'll talk heavy on the Steelers and, the playoffs. And maybe even a little playoff preview. Might put that at the tail end rather than, doing a separate video for that later on this week. Haven't made up my mind yet. Now, if I don't, keep an eye on an NFL playoff preview video over here on the YouTube channel sometime middle of this week. Because, of course, tomorrow night we got live watch-along reactions over on YouTube, the College Football Playoff National Championship game with Alabama and Georgia. But, yeah, we're not even going to dive into that quarterback topic right now. It's really all just going to depend on what happens before then, though, with this upcoming offseason. It's one thing at a time. They still got a pulse. They're still alive. Coaching carousel's about to heat up. Of course, the Jets and Giants might have openings. I doubt Miami will, even though they missed out on the playoffs again. The Ravens just lost 6 in a row, so I don't know if Harbaugh's going to be on the hot seat or not. Of course, his brother Jim's looking to get back in the league, it looks like, with whether it's the Raiders, the Bears, who knows how the coaching carousel is going to pan out. You have Houston probably going to be looking for a new head coach. Jacksonville already is. They've been interviewing a few people as of late. The Broncos just fired Vic Fangio earlier this morning after they lost the Chiefs yesterday. We'll see what happens with the Raiders. They might keep Rich Bisaccia. It's really all just going to depend on what happens tonight, I think. NFC-wise, well, like I said, the Giants. Mike Zimmer, maybe, but they won. They beat the Bears earlier up in Minnesota. Matt Nagy's getting fired tomorrow, if not later on tonight. Matt Nagy is gone. So the Bears are going to open up. I'd be shocked. I think everybody would if they keep him. Matt Rule in Carolina, maybe. We'll see. They said yesterday they're planning to keep him, though, for next year. So see how long that lasts. Really, that's it. Up in Seattle, maybe, with Pete Carroll. They said earlier this morning, as did the Browns, they have no intention of getting rid of Russell Wilson or Baker Mayfield. So those 2 quarterbacks for the time being are going to be staying put, but we'll see how long that lasts for as well, because that's just talk, but money talks, and draft picks, and capital talks. So, no, but yeah, the coaching carousel. Of course, you have the playoffs to begin next week. Month from later on this week, Sunday night, in the middle of the Winter Olympics, I might add as well, on Valentine's Day weekend, February 13th, Super Bowl 56, from SoFi Stadium in Southern Cal. then you'll have the combine, free agency, and the draft. And you can throw the Pro Bowl in between the end of the regular season with conference championship games, and then the Super Bowl as well, early February. But, I mean, because hell, all that's going to be here before we know it. Black Monday for the coaching carousel is tomorrow. We've had officially 3 openings prior to that, though, with the Raiders, Jaguars, now Broncos. We'll see who else gets fired. I hate to see anybody lose their job, but you don't win, you don't have a job. So that's just how it is anymore. And rightfully so, because if you're not winning, you're losing, and why should the team keep you if you're going to continue to lose when you're not winning games when you're supposed to be winning games as the head coach? The playoffs then begin on Saturday, doubleheader on Saturday, tripleheader next Sunday, Monday Night Football, and then into the division round, doubleheader Saturday and Sunday, conference championship game at the end of the month. With that doubleheader on Sunday, the Pro Bowl, I believe it's February 6th. Yeah, it's Sunday before because Super Bowl is on the 13th, the week after. Combine's first week of March. Free agency going to kick off middle of the month, and then the draft's a little over a month later, end of April. But from now until then, there's still a lot to unwind and figure out, along with continuing to play a lot of football, especially with all of these games on right now, and of course Sunday Night Football still to come later on tonight. So here's an update for NFL Week 18. Final from earlier here today. The Cleveland Browns defeated the Cincinnati Bengals 21-16. Lions beat the Packers 37-30. Vikings 31-17 over the Bears. The Skins, the Washington football team, are come Groundhog Day. Maybe they'll be the Groundhogs. They're going to announce that on Groundhog Day, February the 2nd, for whatever the hell their new nickname will be, in which I'm sure that'll be received with some backlash, because to start off, they should have never changed the name to begin with, but here we are. Washington, formerly known as Redskins, now the football team, or we'll see what their new nickname will be. A few weeks from now, they beat the Big Blue New York Football Giants 22-7. The Steelers won, of course, in overtime, 16-13 on a game-winning Chris Boswell field goal. We're going to get some stats and scores here in a second. But then they also got some help from the Jacksonville Jaguars as Duval, the Jags, with a 15-point home win, defeating the Indianapolis Colts 26-11. Remember, they beat them week 1 last year. They beat them week 18 this year. So come full circle on that as well. Almost 2 full seasons from start to finish. Jacksonville wins both games, but then basically every other game in between they've lost, including now looking for more head coaches. But yeah, Jacksonville helped out Pittsburgh a lot, so thank you. 26-11 win there over the Colts. The Titans, they won 28-25 on the road against the Texans. We'll see when they get Derrick Henry back, but they're going to be off next week. They'll have a first-round bye as number 1 overall seed in the AFC playoffs. Those are all final from earlier. As mentioned from yesterday, doubleheader on Saturday, the Chiefs beat the Broncos 28-24, and the Cowboys 51-26 winners over the Eagles. 3 of those 4 teams, minus the Broncos, are in the playoffs, and will all play now next week, whether home or away. Philly's going to have to go on the road, as Pittsburgh will as well if they make it, as long as Chargers and Raiders don't tie once again. Kansas City and Dallas are going to be hosting some wild card matchups next week. But ongoing around the NFL, the Saints lead the Falcons 7-6. The Bills are on top of the Jets 10-0. Rams lead the 49ers by that same score of 10-0. All these games early, middle of the second quarter. The Dolphins are on top of the Pats 14-0. So if Buffalo wins, they win the division. If Buffalo loses and the Patriots lose, Buffalo still wins the division. So they're both in. I mean, New England, I don't even know who's playing. They might be calling it quits. But wouldn't you rather have a home playoff game than a road playoff game? It looks like, though, we're going to get Patriot-Bill wildcard rematch from upstate Western New York and Orchard Park next week in the wildcard round as of now. But we'll find out the official matchups in the playoff bracket later on night after Sunday Night Football. So we'll talk about all that then. But a few shutouts right now. Saints on top of the Falcons by 1, 7-6. They need to win and have the Niners lose. But if the Niners lose and the Saints lose, San Francisco's in. So yes, there's one spot in the NFC to fill, 2 spots in the AFC to fill. Ongoing. Saints lead the Falcons 7-6. Couple shutouts, 10-0 Bills over the Jets. Make it 17-0 now. Rams on top of the 49ers with a touchdown as I speak. And then the Dolphins just kicked a field goal, so 17-0 over the Patriots at home from South Beach as well right now. The Cardinals lead the Seahawks 10-7, and the Panthers on top of the Bucks 7-3. Tampa might be in a situation too to rest some players. We'll take a look at the standings here. Dallas already won last night, but you got, the Bucks don't have that head-to-head win over the Rams, remember? Yeah, so Tampa's going to try to win, I think, now, for sure. I think they still are. Just, they're losing. Still early, though. But they were losing on the road against the Jets last week, and they still found a way to come back and win, even without Antonio Brown. So don't count them out just yet. It's Tom Brady, for God's sakes. So 7-3 Carolina on top of Tampa Bay. And then Sunday Night Football, Chargers, Raiders, win you're in, as long as they don't tie. If they tie, they're both in, and Steelers are out. But if the Chargers win, if the Raiders win, Steelers will win as well. Take a look at the standings here. Your one in the AFC is Tennessee. All roads go through Music City. Kansas City is going to be your 2. If Buffalo wins the division, they'll be 3 or 4. If New England wins the division, they'll be 3 or 4. They're, of course, going to be one of the wild cards. Cincinnati won the North, so they're going to be 3 or 4 as well. That's all going to depend on what happens here at 4 o'clock, now 5 o'clock. But you got the Chargers, Raiders, and Steelers still in it. The Chargers win, and then, let me say this right. The Chargers win, they're in along with the Steelers. If the Raiders win, they're in along with the Steelers. If they tie, they're both in, the Steelers are out. So just as long as Chargers-Raiders doesn't end in a tie, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. As the Colts, Dolphins, Browns, Ravens, Broncos, Jets, Texans, and Jaguars have all since been eliminated. So that tie sort of has helped them, but it's hurt them because they're still on the outside looking in, needing tonight's Sunday night game to not end in a tie because they lost to both the Raiders and Chargers this year. And then the NFC, Green Bay's your 1, so all roads in the NFC go through Lambeau, frozen tundra. Right now, the Rams are 2, so if they win, they're going to win the division, be the 2 seed. Do the Rams and Cowboys play this year? I know they met week 1 last year. But did they play this year? I don't think so. They might have. Regardless, there's still a 1-game lead in that category. So the Rams, Dallas is going to be 4, it looks like. So we're looking like another rematch with the Cards and Cowboys next week. Green Bay's your 1 right now. LA's 2, Tampa's 3, Dallas is 4, Arizona's 5 as a wild card. San Francisco's 6, but New Orleans is still in it. Philly's clinched. It's down to San Francisco and New Orleans. So we'll see officially, of course. I'll shut up about this, what the official playoff bracket will look like later on tonight during Sunday Night Football. We'll have a better feel for it then. So we'll talk more about it then and, preview the playoffs then as well. Here today, what a win by the Steelers. They got the win. They got some help. Now they just got to hope that, once again, Chargers-Raiders does not end in tie, and they'll be in the playoffs. Go on the road. It's probably they're going to be at Kansas City, it looks like. and or Buffalo or Cincinnati. So we'll see. Maybe hell, even New England. But what a game and what a season. Like I said, once again, if this, does in fact end it for Ben, at least he went out with a win in epic fashion on a game-winning field goal once again by Boswell, sending us once again to Heart Attack City. Steelers have swept the Ravens 2 consecutive years. They've won 8 of 11 in the series now as well. The standard is still a standard. Go out and fucking win. But, Ben on his legacy after throwing for 244 yards a day and a touchdown. He wants people to know that he gave it everything he had, left it all out on the field. And honestly, like I said, you can't ask for much else. So once again, thank you to Ben Roethlisberger, who was drafted number 11 overall in the first round of the 2004 NFL Draft out of Miami, Ohio. 18 seasons. Longest tenured quarterback with one team in NFL history. Like I said last week, probably going to repeat myself now a few times, try not to get emotional, but from his offensive rookie of the year to his motorcycle accident, all the legal problems he had with people trying to cancel him, he's going to finish top 10 all time in passing touchdowns in NFL history. That'll be 8th because he's still 2 away from tying Pittsburgh native and Dan Marino. Now, playoffs, they get in, well, he can break that. But number 7 is also the Steelers franchise record holder in every major passing category. He's a 6-time Pro Bowler, and he's one of 6 quarterbacks in NFL history to defeat all 31 other teams, including the Ravens once again here today. 5th all-time in passing yards in NFL history. He's now won 165 regular season games, 178 total. Like I said last week, I remember 2005 and 2008 the most, with Super Bowl wins over the Seahawks and Cardinals in Super Bowl 40 and 43 respectively. But above all, I'll remember everything. And I know that might sound cliche, but everything as best I can throughout the past 18 years. Because like I said, 18 years is a long ass fucking time. Long damn time. Just thank you to Ben. Never say never, but never forget number 7, who was a 2-time Super Bowl champion, had 0 losing seasons as a Steelers starting quarterback, and 1 Pro Football Hall of Fame career as number 7. Big Ben Roethlisberger is and will always be a Pittsburgh Steeler. So, once again, thank you to the man who showed some true grit, if you will. So you can fill your hands, you son of a bitch. But from the black and gold to a gold jacket. Steelers win. Roethlisberger was 30 of 44 for 244 yards passing, had a touchdown interception. Tyler Huntley was 16 of 30, 141 yards passing and 2 interceptions. Claypool led the team in rushing, but because the injured Najee earlier, he stepped up, had the go-ahead touchdown. They tied to force overtime, but the Steelers won it in overtime. So as long, with the help of the Jaguars from earlier beating the Colts, as long as the Chargers and Raiders don't tie tonight on Sunday Night Football, and we'll be back for that, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs next week. If they tie, they're out. But whoever wins, as long as there's a winner and a loser once again, Pittsburgh's in. Claypool had 3 carries, 33 yards rushing. Najee Harris, coming back in the second half there, he did finish 11 carries, 28 yards rushing. Benny Snell, 12 of 22. Pat Fryermuth had 6 catches, 53 yards. So good thing they went to him a little bit more there in the second half because they needed him to step up, and he did. A few big catches. They had a few big 3rd and 4th down conversions to keep keep the game in favor of themselves, just to put themselves in a good position to, come out on top with a win, and they did. Freiermuth had 6 catches, 53 yards. Deontay Johnson, 751. Zach Gentry, 439. Claypool, 5 catches, 37 yards, and touchdown. Ray McLeod, 437. Najee Harris had 4 catches, 27 yards. Huntley, like I said, 16 of 31, $141 and 2 picks. They had a fumble as well, so 3 turnovers by the Ravens led to a few Steeler points. Latavius Murray had 16 carries, 150 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Huntley also had 12 carries, 72 yards rushing. Freeman, 5 of 21. Mark Andrews had 8 catches, 85 yards. Marquise Hollywood Brown, 3 of 27. Bateman, 2 of 22. But, like I said, from the black and gold to a gold jacket, whether this is, in fact, Ben's final game or if he gets one more shot next week in the playoffs, from the black and gold to a gold jacket, first ballot Hall of Famer. Did come full circle. He lost in his first ever game in the NFL to the Ravens on the road from M&T Bank in Baltimore. And today they go and beat those same Baltimore Ravens on the road from M&T Bank in Baltimore. He had 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions that game back in September of 2004. He had a touchdown and pick today. 30 of 44 for 244 in the air. So, just as long as, once again, I know I've said it a lot today. As long as the Chargers and Raiders don't tie tonight on Sunday Night Football, the Steelers are in the playoffs because they won. They got help from the Jags, and now they've won 2 in a row, 3 of their last 4. It looks like I said, if they do make it, it's going to be as a wild card, no doubt about it. We know that much because the Bengals won the division. It's either going to be as a 5, 6, or 7 seed, more so than not. 7, so they'll have to go on the road, as mentioned last weekend, today already, a few times as well too. Entirety of the playoffs, either at Kansas City, Cincinnati, even Buffalo or New England, depending on what happens from now until the end of the night. But like I said, with the playoffs beginning next week, doubleheader on Saturday, tripleheader next Sunday, Monday Night Football, a week from tomorrow, and then, on and on to Super Bowl 56. We'll find out the exact playoff bracket later on tonight after Sunday Night Football with the Chargers and Raiders. We'll know officially what the NFC is before that game even starts. And we might know a few AFC matchups, but not all of them. It's all just going to depend on the outcome of the Chargers and Raiders. Like I said earlier, I'm taking the Silver and Black Raiders to win. I feel they've played better down the stretch as of late. But Pittsburgh lost to both of them, which really doesn't matter because they're, unless they would meet somehow in the AFC Championship game, if they both get there, highly unlikely. You never say never, though, but probably never. We'll see. It's going to play the game. We'll find out the matchups later. We'll have more info on that then, but as always, just want to say thank you for tuning in and listening. Always greatly appreciated. So, like I said, we'll talk about the quarterback situation for the Steelers at some point in time down the line. Maybe tonight, maybe next week, maybe a week after that. Hopefully not until after the Super Bowl, but I'm sure it'll probably be before then sometime. But I really don't even know how to sign off on this today. Just still a lot of excitement with the win, and a win's a win, and they still have a pulse. They're still in it. They're still alive. They're still ticking. And it hasn't gone silent. We haven't seen a flat line just yet for the black and gold, but we're going to be keeping close eyes on Sunday Night Football, no doubt about it, with Chargers and Raiders. But yeah, they'll either be going to Kansas City again, Cincinnati, Buffalo, New England probably next week in the playoffs if they get in. But we'll know more later, so be sure to tune back in then. But yeah, what a game. What a win. What a season it's been. 9-7-1. And 9-7-1 might not sound like a lot, but you won more than you lost. And once again, another non-losing season. It's a winning season. It's above 500. And if, in fact, this is it for Ben, what a way to go out with a win. Just hopefully if they do make the playoffs, they continue to win for him and give him that third ring that he wants. Because he should already have it, but he doesn't. So, hey, maybe they can get Stephon Tuitt back come playoff time. I doubt it. Defensively, just continue to play like you have. You know, Cam Hayward in the middle alongside Chris Wormley. TJ Watt coming off the edge. The backers are going to have to step up a lot. Devin Bush, Joe Schobert, Alex Highsmith, Rob Spine. And a few of them had tackles today, but nothing special. You know, Hayden and Minka played well, as did Edmonds. And, I mean, Millette battled a few injuries, but Cam Sutton. Man, Cam Sutton played great game. Offensively, continue to go to your tight ends. That's why I drafted Freiermuth this past year in draft. You know, you got Zach Gentry and Kevin Rader behind him. Of course, Deontay Johnson's your number one. Claypool stepped up big today in both the run and receiving game. Hopefully they get James Washington back. Ray McLeod played well. You know, Ben's going to be Ben, but they got to find a running game, and it's got to be more balanced and more consistent. It all starts up front, give it a block to run. If they can run 22 and rock the Naj and run Najee Harris, and Ben is allowed to do what Ben wants to do, and they play good defense, they'll be perfectly fine. And they'll make noise in the playoffs, mark my words. So watch out. If the Steelers make the playoffs, I'm certain they're going to do a lot of damage, but they're playing they're just like pretty good right now either, but they're finding ways to win. And it's one and done in the playoffs. You win, you advance, you lose, you're done, your season's over with, you're gone. You're going home on next year. So what a way for Ben to go out here today with a win, and I think it'd be even more magical and special if they could now go on, as they've won 2 in a row in 3 of the last 4. How about you win another 4 in a row? And win, 6 of 7 to make up for the 5 of 6 you lost last year? And then from the start of last year to the end of this year, hoist that Lombardi high in the air. Sunday night, February the 13th, Valentine's Day weekend. Give the rest of the NFL some love and tell them to suck it. Yeah, so, I mean, hypothetically, wish all we want, probably won't happen, but never say never. Never say never. That's why they play the game. Outside on paper, side on the field. And today on the field, the Pittsburgh Steelers win it in overtime. Game-winning field goal from Chris Boswell once again, 16-13, defeating and eliminating the Baltimore Ravens from playoff contention. They got some help as well from the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Jags win over the Colts. So now with the Steeler win and that Jaguar help, just hope the Chargers and Raiders don't tie. Hope there's a winner and loser. Could care less, but like I said, I'm going to take the Raiders to win. They deserve to be in the playoffs more than the Chargers do, especially the year they've had on and off the field. And that might come down to special teams if the Chargers decide to kick field goals or not. Steelers did and won in the game. But the Steelers win, the Jags win, and as long as they don't tie it on Sunday Night Football, Pittsburgh is in the playoffs next week, and then we'll see who the opponent and what the destination is. The destination is continue to win. Take one from the Raiders playbook tonight. Just win, baby. Yeah. Pittsburgh has been finding ways to win down the stretch. After a 1-3 start, they capped off 4 in a row, tied, lost 3 of 4. It's been up and down the past month or so. They've won 2 in a row and 3 of their last 4. So why not win a few more? Why not win a few more to close out the year? So yeah, I'll leave you with that. But just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Thank you once again for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. With the red subscribe button, the notification bell next to it as well. And host everybody later on tonight for some NFL Sunday Night Football, the final regular season game of the year, game 272 with the Chargers and Raiders and Steeler Nation. As the Steelers stay alive, they still have a pulse. Hope for one of those two teams to win. Doesn't really matter. Just hope they don't tie, because the Steelers won and they got help from the Jags once again. And as long as they don't tie, Pittsburgh is in the playoffs. It's what the scenario was. It's what it was going to take. And here we are. Just as long as they don't tie, the Steelers are in. Now, if they do tie, they're both in. The Steelers are out. But just hope for a winner and a loser. Which, ties are very rare anymore. But Pittsburgh did tie the Lions 2 months ago. So, and Pittsburgh's been that one team that recently they've been, tying more than they need to. Because if you don't tie, there's a win. And if you don't lose to both the Raiders and Chargers, you're not in this spot, and you're probably already clinched a playoff spot. But it's going to come down to the final game of the regular season to see if you're in or not. So we'll be sitting on the edge of our seats, no doubt about it. And hopefully the black and gold are in next week and playing at least one more for 7. Give Ben Roethlisberger another game, another playoff game as well, and see if they can work some magic and find some more ways to win. All it takes is just finding a way. I don't care what it takes, just find a way. A win's a win in the end. And they won today. Game-winning field goal in overtime. 16-13 your final score, with the Pittsburgh Steelers defeating and eliminating once again the Ravens from playoff contention. 16-13 in overtime, your final score. Black and gold now 9-7-1, as Baltimore was 8-3. They lost 6 in a row to close the season. They haven't won, and this will continue till the start of next year, since Sunday after Thanksgiving. They'll finish 8-9. So we'll see what their future holds, and we'll see what the future holds the Steelers beginning over the next few hours or so. Whether you want the Chargers or Raiders to win, just hope for a win by one of the teams. End of story. Okay, I'll shut up. Steelers won. They got some help. Just make sure Chargers, Raiders don't tie. Black and gold's in the playoffs. After their, once again, 16-13 win in overtime here today against the Baltimore Ravens. In the same place it started 18 years ago for number 7, Big Ben Roethlisberger, to begin his NFL career. On Sunday, December the 19th, 2004, in a loss to the Ravens, it has come full circle. Here today, Sunday, on a 1 o'clock kick on CBS as well, I might add. January the 9th, 2022. The Pittsburgh Steelers defeat the Baltimore Ravens 16-13 in overtime. Does the Steelers only scored 13 in that loss? Baltimore scores 13 in the loss today. Pittsburgh game winner by number 9. And we now knew what the 9 meant on this 9th day of the year. January the 9th, 2022, the Steelers win it in overtime. Your final score, once again, on a game-winning Chris Boswell field goal. 16-13. Pittsburgh Steelers win it. They're 9-7-1. They're still alive. They still have a pulse. Just make sure, once again, the Chargers and Raiders don't tie on Sunday Night Football. You have a clear winner. Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. And it's on next week. And we'll find out the opponent later on tonight. Hopefully you'll tune back in. But, yeah, that'll do it here this afternoon for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. And thank you, Ben. Thank you, number 7. Thank you, Ben Roethlisberger, for everything. Honestly, thank you. But here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go. They should be in the playoffs, if I'd have to guess, come next week. But we'll see. We will see. But, yeah, once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Steelers win it in overtime, 16-13, your final score. They still have a pulse. So, tick-tock. NFL playoff teams. The Steelers are coming. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. 16-13, your final score. Steelers win in overtime against the Baltimore Ravens.